For a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.
All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the regular meeting of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners. Today is November 2nd, 2022. It is exactly 10 o'clock a.m. We have an echo. Is that good or bad? Bad? Hello, testing one. Is that better? Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Chairman Rob Pitts.
Present.
Vice Chairman Liz Hausman. Present. Commissioner Bob Ellis. Commissioner Lee Morris.
Present.
Commissioner Natalie Hall.
Present.
Commissioner Marvin Arrington Jr. Commissioner Khadijah Abdul Rahman. Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Excuse me, please rise for the invocation followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. It's my understanding, is Mr. Roger Wise here yet?
Yes,
Good
he's
morning,
here.
Roger.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we are grateful for this day, for your grace and mercy upon our lives. We pray now your peace and your power upon all who are present. Continue now to lead and guide our leaders. Give them your wisdom, your strength, and direction. It is in your name that we humbly pray. Amen.
Amen. Mr. Wise, thank you for joining us.
Folks, once a sergeant, always a sergeant. I don't need a microphone. Freedom is not free. Someone has to pay for it. All the veterans, please raise your hands. We salute you and we thank you for your service to our country. All first responders, please raise your hands. We salute you and thank you for your service to our community. Remembering freedom is not free and service is not free. Someone has to pay for it. Now I want each of you to join these great patriots that have raised their hands in pledging allegiance to the flag of the greatest country in the world. I don't need that. Greatest country in the world, the United States of America. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. God bless America.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
On page 2, consent agenda. 22-0789, adoption of the consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered routine by the County Commission and will be acted by one motion. No separate discussion will take place on these items. If discussion of any consent agenda item is desired, the item will be moved to the regular meeting agenda for separate consideration. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have one item to be removed for separate consideration on page 2. 22-0790, Fulton DeKalb Hospital Authority. Vice Chairman Hausman has nominated Bernie Torcars for a district reappointment to a term ending December 31st, 2026. Requested by Chairman Pitts.
All right, any other items?
To remove that?
Yes.
Why?
I want to discuss it. Our rules allow for us to discuss it. That's all. Any other questions? Any other items to be on the consent agenda? Entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended. Motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 1 nay. Bottom of page 7, regular meeting agenda, 22-0814. Adoption of the regular meeting agenda. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have 2 amendments to today's regular meeting agenda. First, there's an item to be added, 22-0834, discussion, election day preparation, sponsored by Vice Chairman Hausman.
To be added.
To be added.
Any other items to be added? All
We
right,
need
we'll
to-
entertain- That's it? Anything, commissioners?
We just need to vote on that one.
What?
The vote to add that discussion item?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, what's your pleasure? Motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Vice Chair Hausman. Please vote. It's a supermajority, 5 yeas.
Can I make a comment?
Sure.
Since I'm the sponsor of this, and I may have spoken to several of you about this. At the last Board of Commissioners meeting, I did ask for some updated information about the Election Day process, counting where things were going to happen, those sorts of housekeeping items. Had not gotten that information. It is buried in various legal notices on the agenda. It's really hard to find, on the website. So I would just like some clarity for the public. And that's the reason I asked for it to be on the
All right, I
agenda
would think
today.
that this is timely. That's the key, that it be timely, time sensitive. So if anything was time sensitive, this would be. All right, let's vote, please.
And the vote is open to add item 22-0834. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. There's also an item to be revised on page 6, External Affairs, 22-0805. Request approval to renew an existing contract to provide state intergovernmental affairs services instead of external grant writing services. And this is to adopt the regular meeting agenda, 22-0814.
Would you repeat that, what we're doing here?
A revision on page 6,
Right?
22-0805, External Affairs. It's request approval to renew an existing contract, and it should read, to provide state intergovernmental affairs services.
That's on the consent agenda.
Wait, hold on. It does say that, but what it's showing is we need to scratch out external grant writing services.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Oh, okay, yes.
All right, anything else? All right, is there a motion to adopt the agenda as amended? Motion to adopt by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. On page 8, ratification of minutes, 22-0815, regular meeting minutes, October 5th, recess meeting post-agenda minutes, October 19th, 2022.
All right, I have a motion to approve by Commissioner Hall. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0816, presentation of proclamations and certificates. The first proclamation is recognizing Operation Green Light for Veterans Appreciation Day, sponsored by Vice Chairman Hausman.
Okay, now in the interest of time, I'd like to request that the recipients of the proclamations limit your acceptance speeches to about 2 minutes. That would be very appreciated. Thank you.
Good morning, and I'd like to invite any of our veterans that are joining us today to come down, please. Did Roger leave? All right, while the other commissioners are coming down, this is a full board recognition. Are you coming down? Yes, please come down, please come down. We want to honor you in recognition of Veterans Day that is coming on November 11th. Fulton County will be participating in a national program called Operation Greenlight that will illuminate our government center for the entire week that we celebrate Veterans Day beginning on Monday night. And there will be a ceremony to turn the green lights on Monday at 5 o'clock, and the public is invited to attend. And I'm honored to read this into the record, the Fulton County record, and it is a full board proclamation. And we've got another in uniform veteran coming down, it looks like. Please come down. That's awesome. All right, well, I'm going to go ahead and start reading. Whereas the contributions and sacrifices of the men and women who served in the armed forces have been vital in maintaining the freedoms and the way of life enjoyed by our citizens, and whereas veterans continue to serve our community in the American Legion, Veterans of Foreign Wars, religious groups, civil service, and by functioning as county veteran service officers in 29 states, to help fellow former service members access more than $52 billion in federal health, disability, and compensation benefits each year. And whereas approximately 200,000 service members transition to civilian communities annually, and an estimated 20% increase of service members will transition to civilian life in the near future. And whereas the Fulton County government is proud to work with our Veterans Empowerment Commission and others in the community to support the more than 45,000 veterans who call Fulton County home. And whereas America's counties have a long and proud history of serving our nation's veterans, and the National Association of Counties and the National Association of County Veteran Service Officers have invited the nation's 3,069 counties, parishes, and boroughs to join Operation Greenlight and show support for our veterans by lighting our buildings green from November 7th through the 13th. And whereas by shining a green light, county government and our residents will let veterans know that they are seen, that they are appreciated, and that they are supported. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes our veterans and have great respect, admiration, and the utmost gratitude for their service, and does hereby proclaim November 7th through 13th, 2022 as Operation Greenlight for Veterans Appreciation Days in Fulton County, Georgia. Commissioner Arrington, would you like to say anything?
Thank you, Commissioner Hausman. Just so proud to have this opportunity to honor our veterans. We need to do it at every chance we get. We will not be able to enjoy the freedoms that we enjoy every day without their sacrifices. So thank you to our veterans, thank you to the commission, and thank you to all of you.
Clifton Dawkins.
The next proclamation is recognizing Reverend Clifton Dawkins Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Hall.
Reverend Dawkins, some people about to get an education about all the great stuff that you do in the community. I was even very pleased to find out all the things you do on the northwest side of Atlanta. And the proclamation reads, whereas Reverend Dr. Clifton Dawkins is a native of Woodruff, South Carolina, and is the founding pastor of True Worship Christian Fellowship Church in Atlanta, and the chaplain director of Fulton County government, where he presides over 300 indigent burials each year, in addition to the grief counseling for county staff and residents. And whereas Reverend Dawkins, along with Vernon and Marie Krause, launched a nonprofit initiative in 2021, Angie's Kitchen, in honor of the Krause's daughter, Angela, who passed away. And whereas Angie's Kitchen's mission is to provide hot meals, food, and personal hygiene items to the homeless and underserved, and has this year alone provided 50,000 meals to those in need. And whereas the family's goal is not only to offer help and hope to the underserved, but also spiritual inspiration in honor of their beloved Angela. And whereas for the month of November, Angie's Kitchen reached a goal of 50,000 Fulton County residents fed since the inception of the program, Angie's Kitchen also aspires to build a community center that will serve up to 200 people daily in need so they can continue to get food, showers, and necessary items to offer them some much-needed relief. Now therefore be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes Reverend Clifton Dawkins and his selfless work with Angie's Kitchen to ensure that all residents are cared for with compassion and dignity, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, November 2nd, 2022 as Reverend Dr. Clifton Dawkins Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Congratulations and thank you so much.
Amen. The chairman has told me I can't preach. I want to thank Commissioner Hall for her committed service to the citizens of Fulton County, this full board who all strive to help the citizens of Fulton County. I would be remiss if I did not give a shout out to Commissioner Ellis, who has cooked for our unhoused and homeless and needy people right where we are. And I'm just very grateful and thankful for what this board does to serve all people in Fulton County. Thank you so much.
The next proclamation is recognizing Navy Week Atlanta, sponsored by Commissioner Hall.
Is he not coming? I'm a Navy mom. They can do that for you. Yes. Yeah, they can do that for you. Come on down and join us. I'm a Navy mom too. My son went in right before the COVID pandemic, and then they shut them down. So this is an honor to do for you. Evan, who works for Dan Cathy, literally talked to me on Dan's private jet and was like, we need to honor the Navy. And I said, absolutely. So it's an honor and a pleasure to do this for you. Whereas since 2005, the Navy Week program has served as the Navy's flagship outreach effort to regions without a significant Navy presence, with over 250 Navy Weeks held in more than 80 different U.S. markets. And whereas while sailors have previously participated in the Atlanta Air Show, Navy Week Atlanta will bring between 50 to 75 sailors from across the nation to volunteer throughout the greater Atlanta area and discuss the positive impact and influence how healthy Navies support our nation. And whereas Navy Week Atlanta will feature in-person demonstrations, performances, and engagements throughout the week that will include senior Navy leaders, Navy Band Southeast, Naval History and Heritage Command, USS Constitution, Navy Ceremony Guard, Office of Small Business Programs, the Navy Flight Demonstration Squadrons, and the Blue Angels. And whereas the United States Navy is instrumental in ensuring the safety and security of over $40 billion in annual exports from the state of Georgia, and Georgia ranks 5th in the nation for total Department of Defense military, reserve, and National Guard personnel. And whereas Georgia is home to more than 3,500 Navy sailors, to include active duty and reserve personnel, and many veterans, active duty, reserve personnel, and their families have chosen to live their lives in Georgia and positively impact our state for the better. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes the United States Navy and our military families for their many sacrifices for our safety and security, and does hereby proclaim the week of October 31st through November 6th as Navy Week Atlanta in Fulton County, Georgia. Congratulations, gentlemen.
On behalf of Commander Williams and NTAG Atlanta, as well as the Department of the Navy, we would like to thank Fulton County and all the commissioners here for their continued support. Thank you so much.
The next proclamation is recognizing Kendall Ray's Green Heart Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Will Kendall Ray Johnson and all her supporters and family please join me and the commissioners here? And as they make their way down, we have had an additional announcement past the time of the preparation of this proclamation. Kendall Ray Johnson has been nominated for a Grammy, Emmy, the segment, come please stand. It was the segment with, was it Nickelodeon? Nickelodeon did a segment on her. Some of you all come on this side as well. They did a segment on this youngest farmer in the state of Georgia, and I just want to recognize that she's up for an Emmy. Come on both sides. And the little ones, you all come in front on the side. Don't block the star now. All right. Kendall Ray Johnson is currently the youngest certified farmer in the state of Georgia with a business formation with the state and federal government, and has obtained her farm and tract ID. And whereas Kendall Ray's Green Heart is a 501c3 nonprofit organization devoted to the development of young people in community leadership, character, service learning, and social skills with a focus in youth agriculture, education, business, economic, and healthy lifestyle choices. And whereas Kendall Ray's Green Heart will present its first annual festival, did present its first annual festival, an event to help gain, grow, and give in youth led urban agriculture awareness, youth entrepreneurship, and healthy habits. And whereas kidpreneur vendors participating in the inaugural event include, bear with me, Zayla Crosty, Ashanti Waller, Tilden Jaffe, Thomas Dinos, Mackenzie Morgan Jordan, Dynasty Harris, Dynell Charles, Ariel Caitlin, Robin McKee, CJ Matthews, Cora White, Haley Martinez, Zylan and Daquan Okea, Okusaya, Squirrel Ravel, Afaye Kimit, Ayorinde Kimit, Akanke Kimit, Adama Ajonde, Mary Simmons, and Peolia LaFleur. And whereas Sabrina Johnson, Lovely Moore, Sahela Foster, Tyler Sullivan, Tristan Kelly Williams, Nevea Hampton Kelly, Destiny Harris, Anaya Allo, Taryn Davis, Kendall Ellis, Carter Ware, Evian Maldano, Demi Crumpler, Miles Moore, Colin Matthews, Kendall and Nevia Smothers, Vay Evans, Paris Hammond, Dale Cordes Jr., and Saria and Zion Phillips, and, just bear with me, whereas Carrington Luke, Nevaeh Martin, Jarrett Smiley, Soraya Green, Chloe Ashford, Brooklyn Mason, Brenaya Farrell, Canary Langford, Daya Delate, Jace Winfield, Navala and Nuri Barnes, Harmony Gaston, Nasur and Drew William Reese, Sean Kilgore, Najee Muhammad, Sophia Trent, Viana Reese, Trinity Newen, Olivia Jess, and Cameron Gaines. The reason that all these names were called, these are all kidpreneurs. These are all individuals that in some way or another own their own business at a very young age. And I thought it was important, as well as the Board of Commissioners, that we recognize them all. So thank you for the patience as I read all their names. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners commends Kendall Ray's Green Heart Inaugural Festival, her leadership, her desire to not only be a young farmer, but to lead healthier, holistic lifestyles for little kids as well as adults, and promote youth-led urban agriculture in Fulton County, and does hereby did proclaim Friday, September 23rd, 2022 as Kendall Ray Green's Heart Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Can you put your hands together for our young farmer?
Hi, my name is Kendall Ray Johnson, and I'm the youngest certified farmer in the state of Georgia. I have been growing food since 2019. My garden is my favorite part of my house. I got...
Okay, you're getting heavy. I was trying to hold on. Wait a minute, come on, you finished? Go to finish up.
Say thank you.
I think I might have forgot the rest of my speech.
Okay.
You can say thank you.
Thank you.
The last proclamation is recognizing Shatterproof Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Ellis.
Going to ask the folks from Shatterproof to come down. And while they come down, I just want to say, I think we all know that the bonds of addiction are extremely strong, and too often all we see is sort of the pain and the hurt that comes from that, and the loss of life and the havoc that wreaks on families. But there can be and there is another side of that. And today I want to recognize an organization that's been doing really tireless work to help folks get to the other side of that and stay on the other side of it. And they've been a partner with Fulton County for a number of years now. So with that, I want to recognize Shatterproof. Whereas 40 million Americans struggle with substance use disorder, and many do not get the treatment they need, only 1 in 10 who need addiction treatment ever receive it. And whereas overdoses are the #1 cause of accidental death in the United States and kill more Americans than breast cancer, guns, and car crashes combined, and substance use disorder is the only medical illness that is criminalized. But punishment does not reduce drug use or overdoses. And whereas people suffering from addiction receive punishment more often than treatment, and more than half of those in state prisons and 2/3 of those people awaiting sentencing in jail exhibit problematic substance use or meet the criteria for substance use disorder. And whereas according to the CDC, there were more than 107,000 fatal overdoses in 2021, which is the highest number of overdose deaths ever recorded in a single year. And whereas overdoses are rising more quickly among communities of color, with the annual growth rate for Black and Latino individuals surpassing the rate of white individuals, overdoses among Native Americans are above the national average, and this rate continues to grow. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes Shatterproof for its work to address the needs of our citizens who are suffering and recovering from addiction, and does hereby proclaim Saturday, November 5th, 2022, as Shatterproof Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Let's give them a hand. One of you would like to share a few words with us? All right, come on.
Thank you. Can you all hear me? Thank you. My name is Erica Mitchell. I am the Chief Financial Officer at Shatterproof. Shatterproof is a national organization. I happen to be based in Atlanta, so I am very appreciative and I'm very honored to accept this proclamation on behalf of Shatterproof. I thank you, the Fulton County Board of Commissioners, for this honor. As it was mentioned, Shatterproof is a national nonprofit dedicated to ending addiction in the United States. We have 3 pillars of work. 1 is transforming addiction treatment. 2 is ending addiction stigma. 3, it's educating and empowering communities. Our 10-year celebration is coming up next year, and this time we will have become a leader in the addiction space. We have created a treatment tool. It's called Atlas. Atlas stands for the Addiction Treatment Locator Assessment and Standards Platform. It is a free platform, confidential. It allows families, loved ones, people struggling with substance use disorders to identify and locate a treatment center that is based on the individual's needs. The tool is available in 10 states, and we are continuing to expand, and we plan to expand nationwide. We also have the National Stigma Initiative, which strives to deliver and create evidence-based behavior change interventions across 6 distinct systems. Those systems are communities, healthcare, government, media and entertainment, employers, and our goal is to effectively reduce the addiction-related stigma. Addiction is a chronic brain disorder. More than 40 million Americans are living with substance use disorder. And according to the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, drug overdose is a leading cause of accidental deaths in the United States. As was mentioned, so we have November 5th, which is this Saturday coming up. Shatterproof created the largest event series in history, our Shatterproof Rise Up Against Addiction Walk, and it brings families together to support each other and begin the dialogue of how can we create a change and impact others. So we are grateful to the team captain, Sarah Sistruck, for bringing together the Atlanta community and also to driving, creating a world where more people can access quality care and recover from this treatable disease. So Shatterproof Appreciation Day is this Saturday, November 5th. It is our day of walk. We will be there. We have several teams that will be there, so we hope that you can join us Saturday at 8 a.m. at Piedmont Park. The event is free. We'll be raising awareness compassion for people struggling with this disease. So I thank you for your time. Thank you for the proclamation. Thank you for recognizing us.
Did you want to say anything? All right. Oh, thank you. All right. Okay. All right.
Madam Clerk.
On page 9, public hearings, 22-0817, public comment. Citizens wishing to participate in public comment will be allowed to appear in person or may choose to participate virtually via Zoom video conferencing or by submitting their comments in writing online by registering on the county website at www.fultoncountyga.gov. Priority to public comment will be given to Fulton County citizens and those individuals representing businesses or organizations located within Fulton County. Speakers will be granted up to 2 minutes each. The public will not be allowed to yield or donate time to other speakers. The public comment portion of the meeting will not exceed 30 minutes. In the event the 30-minute time limit is reached prior to public comments being completed, public comment will be suspended and the business portion of the BOC meeting will commence. Public comment will resume at the end of the meeting. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we will start with the speakers here in Assembly Hall. We have received 14 speaker cards.
14?
14.
Okay.
Will the first 7 speakers please come forward? Zelma Walker, Amy Uphughes, Michelle Sarkeesian, Candy Muldowney, Julie Allen, Leonard Bryant, and Robin Moody.
All right, speakers, when you have 15 seconds left, when you have 2 minutes, I'll say 15 seconds. That's your key to begin to conclude your remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. It's an honor to speak to you all. First of all, hello. It's an honor and a privilege, as I said, to speak before you today. I serve Fulton County as a employee with the Fulton County Sheriff's Office, specifically with the jail. And I am speaking in reference to reference number 22-0751, compensatory on overtime, specifically dealing with civilians, okay? Because of the situation with the jail, we've been mandated since last October to work overtime, which we have. And as was brought out by one of the commissioners previously in this conversation, the civilians do initial booking, we do fingerprint, we handle paperwork for all releases. We make sure that all the paperwork is compliant with GCIC standards. In the area of comp, and I'm not gonna really get into this, but comp is a slippery slope. If you take time off for a vacation, it's taken from your comp. And you've got to make that comp up to get paid for overtime. During the holiday season, everyone else gets to spend time with their families. We get to take 1 day. In regards to false employee expectations, the jail is a unique entity and should be addressed as such. The civilians have been and will continue to work in the trenches with the sworn staff. And for the sake of morale, retention, recruitment, line item 22-075 should be changed from a discussion item to an action item. And I, as a lifelong Fulton County resident and a long-term Fulton County Sheriff's Office employee beseech you to do the right thing and vote affirmatively for the policy of the 240 requirement for civilians
Thank you,
and
ma'am.
480 for sworn staff.
Thank you.
My name is Amy Uphughes, and first I'd like to give a quick recap on just some of the elections nonsense this board has been party to. A fraudulent election does not become valid just because you hope crimes are forgotten, like stopping the count, lying about the water main break, stuffing ballot drop boxes, 2,000 mules, a lack of chain of custody, absentee ballots, voter roll discrepancies, pristine ballots that no one can look at, the firing and rehiring of Richard Barron, his resignation that led to his contract extension, a Nigerian national, not a U.S. citizen, who currently runs the Fulton Registration and Elections IT department, Happy Faces temp agency with the Now account with financial ties to Stacey Abrams. The list is extensive, and yet here we are again with a new twist. On October 13th, Kathy Woolard quietly granted the Carter Center broad access to the midterm election in Fulton County, giving them unlimited access to our personnel, equipment, intellectual property, records, facilities, data sheets, custody forms, and to physically observe and accompany Fulton County officials and staff from October 14th through December 14th, 2022. Fun fact, the Carter Center is funded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and George Soros' Open Society. They also work closely with the National Democratic Institute, where Stacey Abrams, who is currently a candidate for governor in this election, sits on their board. Chairman Pitts has publicly stated we delivered Biden, Warnock, and Ossoff, and will likely deliver Warnock in 22. Maybe this is how they plan to do it. There are definitely some laws and codes being broken here. Shame on you. The Carter Center must cease and desist and immediately withdraw all of their personnel from the Fulton County elections. As the governing authority for the Fulton Board of Elections and Registration, you have a duty to act.
Okay. Hold on, miss. Now, y'all have all been here before. You know our rules. No outbursts, demonstrations whatsoever in Assembly Hall. If it continues, you've all been here before, I'll have to ask you to leave. I don't want to do that.
Good morning. My name is Michelle Sarkeesian. I'm a Fulton County resident. So the public is now becoming aware that our public servants, you, are being deceitful and unlawful yet again with your unprecedented actions allowing international election observers into the operational infrastructure of Fulton County midterm elections. Here we go again with Fulton County commissioners on what's become full display cesspool shenanigans with the Carter Center, Stacey Abrams' consultant, Kathy Woolard, and others who have no regard for the law or adhering to the section OCGA 21-2-408. Look it up. That code requires all poll watchers to complete proper steps by October 4th. Yet on October 13th, you voted to allow this unauthorized group to ignore the rules the rest of us poll watchers had to follow. And I did follow. That hurts me and every other poll watcher who followed the rules, don't you think? And please tell us what you, Stacey Abrams, and all the other partisan hacks would do if a conservative group or a board of commissioners took such unlawful actions. To you, your ends of having your party and your candidates enjoy election advantages justifies your means. Unlawful, unprecedented, paid for, partisan, Gates, UN, Soros, and National Democratic Institute involvement in our state election oversight process is just fine with you. There appears to be no limit to how low you will go, and it is obvious to media everywhere, once again, that Fulton County, Georgia is the prime example of how not to run elections. It's a cesspool, and it not only does it cost us 5 times what Cobb County costs per voter, but you lead the way in destroying the public trust. The list of reasons to investigate you guys grows longer every day, and I look forward to it coming to fruition. Trust me, I'm not alone.
My name is Candy Muldowney. I live in Milton. This is about the Carter Center. The Carter Center is an unfit partner to bring in to monitor our elections. They are extremely partisan, have a history of involvement with communist China, and direct ties to good old Stacey Abrams, the current Democrat gubernatorial candidate that claims to have won the 2008 Georgia governor's race. The Carter Center has been brought in to observe all aspects of our midterm election. We have poll watchers, volunteers tasked with monitoring all that goes on in the polling place. They have to adhere to strict rules limiting their behavior and had to select a single polling place to monitor no later than 14 days prior to the start of early voting. The Carter Center observers were approved at the last BRE meeting on October 13, just 6 days prior to the start of early voting. The Carter Center personnel have pretty much zero limits on where they can go to monitor all aspects of our election process. The same Carter Center has a long history of cooperating with the United Front, work department of the Chinese Communist Party, and partners with George Soros's Open Society Foundation. The Carter Center also works closely with the National Democratic Institute, where none other than Stacey Abrams is a current board member. The Fulton County BRE never ceases to amaze, from refusing to remove clearly ineligible voters from the voting rolls to hiring a radical left organization to monitor our election process. Our elections were conceived to be free and fair and instill confidence in the voting public. This
15
addition
seconds.
of a radical left organization tasked with monitoring and reporting on this process will do nothing to instill confidence in an already skeptical voting public. Enough is enough. Thank you.
I don't want to have to repeat myself, ladies and gentlemen. Go ahead.
Good morning, elected officials. My name is Julie Allen. I'm a resident of the city of Atlanta here in Fulton County. I'm here along with other Georgia citizens to hold you as our elected officials accountable, and you have yet another opportunity to rapidly correct this political corruption or resign. And I'm speaking about the agreement with the Carter Center. It appears there are no legal provisions for corporations to have internal real-time election investigative roles in Georgia counties for any reason. The tri-party memorandum of understanding giving Carter Center unprecedented election process access in Fulton County, initiated by Ryan Germany on behalf of the Georgia Secretary of State, attempts to ground the agreement in a statement of the OCGA, section 21-2-106, which reads, "The duty of the Performance Review Board is to make a thorough and complete investigation and issue a written report of its findings to the Secretary of State, the State Election Board, and the local governing authority, which shall include such evaluations, judgments, and recommendations as it deems appropriate." However, the very next sentence in that code section describes the ability of the 3-member board to request reimbursement for mileage and per diem expenditures associated with their work. To stretch the meaning to allow an unlimited number of corporate international election observers into a Georgia county appears totally and completely irrevocably wrong and based in no law. Under OCGA 21-2-408, the sources of needed poll observers are political parties, political bodies, and candidate committees. The reference to observer or monitor is in the previous code and in OCGA 21-2-386, referring to public citizen oversight for the absentee ballot tabulation in each county. Again, there is no provision for corporate observation bodies,
15
no matter
seconds.
the political stance or skill set they claim. So instead of acting as an independent board of 3 competent persons called by the State Election Board to issue a report of its findings per Georgia Code 21-2-107, it appears that the PRB has entered into an access agreement with the Carter Center. This is unacceptable and must
Thank you, ma'am.
immediately cease and desist.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Leonard Bryant. What I'm here for is justice. Presently, the real estate industry between the tenant and landlord
Could you speak up, sir?
Putting an unequal burden on landlords. I discovered this when I came and filed a dispossessory, which took possibly almost a month before I got a response. And then the court date for this dispossessory was 2 months. That's 2 months, and then when you go to court, you wait possibly a month before you get your judgment, and then usually there's like a 3-month wait between that person being, that court hearing being completed with eviction, which means that you're talking about 6-7 months for a person to be evicted. Now, if you are on a group that's disadvantaged, like some of our people are, how are they going to keep property if they're going 7 months with someone not paying? Only way one would be able to survive that is that they do not have a capital problem. I listened to the news the other night, and they were talking about the state of Georgia who had done a report, and it stated that 90% of minority African-American businesses were short of capital. So if you present them with opportunities where they are 7 months without getting payment, how are they going to keep that property? I have a suggestion. I don't understand why, like many municipalities, why aren't they made
15 seconds, sir.
Why aren't they made to put their money into escrow, into the court? I do not think it is fair to put an unburdened, or create an unburdened relationship on certain parts of our county, which are usually African Americans. We talk about gentrification, but are we going to be part of this? Are we going to solve the problem?
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Robin Moody. I'm from Cobb County. I'm also here to speak about what's going on at the Carter Center. Action 1, you've given Illegitimate Performance Review Board access to Fulton County since its inception in August 2021. The staff and employees have been under the scrutiny of a body that is in violation of state law. They've been allowed to access our most sacred election property, one of the most sensitive democratic aspects of our government system. This access has been neither transparent nor legal, and the county has put its election property in jeopardy by allowing this reckless behavior. This is an example of an act you are committing without your public power, without our consent, out of alignment with the laws of Georgia. There is a direct provision for this body, and you are not protecting us from the violations of the law. Violations, according to Georgia Code 21-2-107, the State Election Board shall appoint 3 competent persons to serve as members of the Performance Review Board, one of whom shall be an employee of the Elections Division of the Office of the Secretary of State, and 2 of whom shall be election officials, provided that none of the 3 appointees shall be a local election official for the county or municipality under review. The state of Georgia employs Ryan Germany as General Counsel for Secretary of State Raffensperger. By personal matrix, his status resides officially within the front office and administrative layer, directly reporting to Secretary Raffensperger. Thank you all for being here and online.
Will the next 7 speakers please come down? Matt Rosenzak, Angie Allison, Susan Oberstouth, Drew Tremmel, Kathy Whitehouse, Lydia Meredith, and Amber Connor.
This is a nice reminder. Good morning, Commissioners. Matt Rosenzak, Fulton County resident. I think you're now aware of how out of control our Board of Elections is and how often they violate their oath, many times very black and white. And I'll add, Mr. Chairman, it was you that appointed Ms. Woolard, who is extremely partisan and clearly has conflicts of interest. In any other more ethical environment, she would never be appointed to that board. And to the entire board here, if you're not aware, I think you are now, that 4 of the election board members voted to bring in the Carter Center under an MOU from the Performance Review Board, from the State Elections Board, and that board, the Elections Board. This needs to be terminated immediately, and you are required to act when illegal activity occurs in your county. It's part of your oath, it's your duty, and it's stated in Article 9, County Home Rule Provisions of the Georgia Constitution. I'll read you a quote from the MOU. This is the access that the Carter Center has been given. Quote, all stages of the work involved in the election for any number of its, quote, nonpartisan international election observers for 60 days to our most sacred election property is simply illegal. It states, and has been stated before today, that it is a political party or a political body or a candidate that should only be granted such access. So today, in the county clerk's possession, you have a demand letter from the citizens of Fulton County to act immediately by end of day Friday to terminate this agreement and to remove the Carter Center from our election property.
All right, you have 15 seconds.
You'll be receiving this in your inbox as well. Take action. We'll be watching.
Hi there, good morning. My name is Angie Allison,
Hold on one second.
and I represent
Excuse
all
me, hold on
law.
a second. Ask Captain Shealy to come here. Go ahead. You
Yes,
have the
and
floor.
I represent all law-abiding citizens in the state of Georgia. I'm here to talk about Fulton County's management of your assets, namely the elections. You may not think that's an asset, but we all do. I don't think you've been doing a very good job, and I'd like to ask you about the Carter Center's involvement in the election process. While you don't directly oversee the elections in our state, you're a sworn public official, and you may not tacitly approve or oversee acts in Fulton County that are inconsistent with the U.S. Constitution, the Georgia State Constitution, nor the laws of Georgia. The Code of Georgia, the code that they have been referencing, defines who can observe our elections. Nowhere does it list organization or corporation. It clearly states political party, political body, or candidate. And I ask you, how does the Carter Center, an international organization at that, fit that description? They do not, absolutely do not. Every poll watcher in this state must submit a letter with their name, address, and the polling location they are observing 7 days prior to the start of early voting. Not the Carter Center. They weren't required to provide any of that information because they can go anywhere they want with unlimited access to whatever they want to see. Well, wait a minute. We're told that the definition of the Carter Center aren't poll watchers. They're just observers. Well, okay, let's just look at the definition of a state election observer. These observers can go anywhere they want, but they had to have had their name and their paperwork in by October the 4th. This was 14
seconds.
days. I just want to ask you why these people are allowed to participate in our elections when everyone else has to abide by the law. I wish you could answer me right now.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Susan Opersuth from Fulton County. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. We good? Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Susan Opersuth from Fulton County. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. For the reasons cited just previously and many others, we have presented to you, as Matt mentioned, a notice of demand that serves to inform you that we have reviewed the Memorandum of Understanding between the State Election Board's Performance Review Board, the Fulton County Board of Elections and Registration, and the Carter Center, and have numerous legal concerns with your oversight in this official act. As citizens, we present these concerns to you as grievances involving our county, state, and federal voting interest. We assert our full standing as community stakeholders in correcting any ongoing injuries alongside our fellow citizens pursuant to the recent Henry County and SCV versus Newton County ruling of the Supreme Court on October 25th, 2022. Really, we're talking about the CCP in our elections, in our county, in our homes with our data. 2 weeks ago, I got a message saying that my data's been breached. Oh, imagine that. Well, I hope you take care of my my credit card information, because I'm worried about a lot more than that. I know about the CCP. I learned about the CCP 50 years ago as a child, before we changed our history books. I intimately know the CCP. My husband came from Asia in the late 60s as a young boy. He was 13 years old, could not speak a word of English. He was divided from his family, all his siblings, of which he is still today, because they made their bases there to protect them from the CCP. I know about the CCP. We all know about the CCP, and that's why we're here today.
15 seconds.
Okay, so with that, they also had almost a quarter century ago, they partnered with the Carter Center, partnered with the CCP in election oversight in China. They initially signed the MOU with the CCP's Ministry of Civil Affairs to corroborate various election matters in China. Over the decades, extensive reports they developed, but none of them mention any harsh criticisms of the Chinese regime's electoral manipulation and intimidations of the Chinese people.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. There's a long
All right. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jill Trammell, and I'm here again. I was a former candidate for State House in District 50 who was disenfranchised. On April 13th of this year, Nadine Williams was verified as the interim director of elections, and this board recognized her as the head of the department. Her actions speak for the Board of Registration and Elections, for whom you continue to fund with our taxpayer dollars. In February, they were back asking again for $53 million more. And this has never been presented to vote. According to OCGA 21-2321, the use of electronic machines have never been put on a ballot for the citizens of Fulton County to vote if we wanted paper ballots or electronic ballots. It simply was implemented during the times of Kathy Cox as Secretary of State. Also, we have not voted to increase the indebtedness of this county. So look up OCGA 21-2-321. Because we have a problem with it. On June 15th, I came before the board and asked who is the superintendent of Board of Registration and Elections, as they were seemingly unqualified to be running our elections according to the law. Under the authority of the Georgia Constitution, Article 1, Section 2, Paragraph 2, the people have the right to contest the election primaries, and we have the right to elections that are free from impairment. Fulton County elections have shown to be far from that. I have asked for individual hand counts. I have been denied. I have been denied to have counts of physical paper ballots, which is the only way to ensure that our ballots are counted correctly, according to the Dominion CEO himself, to the State Election Board on September 28th. The one biggest problem we have now is obstruction of justice.
15 seconds.
Silencing the voice of the people is tyranny. Remember your oaths. This is not going away.
All right, ma'am, hold on one second, please. Yes. And we have groups from countywide to come and speak before us, but in all of my years, this may be the only time that I'm going to have to do what I may have to do if we cannot maintain the decorum in Assembly Hall. To Madam County Attorney, we just state for the record, so in case they're not informed, so they'll know what our rules require.
Yes, Chairman. The rules regarding public hearings and participation in Section 101-69 of the Fulton County Code, subsection 2, members of the public are expected to adhere to the rules of decorum outlined herein and should be informed of such at the beginning of the public hearing by the chair. There shall be no vocal, boisterous, or other disruptive demonstrations which will disrupt the orderly flow of the meeting. Any persons engaging in this type of behavior shall be ruled out of order by the chair and shall, at the chair's discretion, be removed from the Assembly Hall.
Now, I don't want to do that. We have 6 more speakers. I'm trying to be patient with you. Continue, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman, can I make a comment, please?
Madam Vice Chair, you have the floor.
I agree with the policy to not have disruptive behavior. I would just, for the record, don't think clapping is disruptive behavior.
Continue.
Good morning. My name is Kathy Whitehouse, and I'm a resident of Fulton County, and I'm here to speak about the Carter Center as well. I do very much admire Jimmy and Rosalind Carter and all that they have done over the years. I have several friends who actually work for the Carter Center, but it is an international organization, and they are affiliated with the United Nations. I received an email from a friend of mine who knows more about this subject than I do, but I have learned what other people have spoken about, that they are affiliated with George Soros's organizations, and he has had a heavy hand in many of our elections across the country. And I don't think that we should be giving him a hand in our local elections. I also learned that the Carter Center has a relationship with Bill Gates and some of his organizations. And I do know that Bill Gates is buying up farmland, including farmland in Georgia, which he leaves fallow, not growing anything, not providing any revenue. I also received a letter from Fulton County saying that my data has been compromised and that it might be somewhere on a server in China. I think someone else mentioned that. Most practically, and I don't know if this is what would happen, but it crossed my mind last night when I was writing this, that disalignment with the Carter Center violates 6 Georgia codes. Does that mean there will be lawsuits? Will Fulton County have to hire attorneys and use taxpayer money that they would otherwise use elsewhere? Because my understanding is that Grady Hospital and the Fulton County Jail need some money right now. So again, I urge you all to not engage with the Carter Center. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners, to our Honorable Chair Rob Pitts and my Commissioner Natalie Hall. After 20 years, 2 decades, our children are still suffering. Just Google the Time Magazine 2002 cover article, Georgia Foster Care, and follow the story link. The story is deemed the most horrific crime against a child in foster care history. I'm here today to thank my Commissioner Natalie Hall and her team for their response to concerns presented last week to mitigate continued suffering. I want to thank Commissioner Hall. The use of 475 Fairburn Road for the Joy of Christmas event, where DFAC staff volunteers gather and distribute toys to children in foster care. I understand that this Wednesday's Board of Commissioners meeting consent agenda includes the vote on this matter. Commissioners Hall response helped move the vote ahead of the agenda date of 11/19, giving our volunteers more time to prepare for our children and their families. Secondly, we want to thank Commissioner Hall for planning a meeting with Fulton County DFAC's leaders and DA Bonnie Willis, the county manager, the CFO, Joe Davis, to discuss the feasibility of using 475 Fairburn Road to serve challenged youth, including sheltering youth to prevent hotel and DFAC's office building sheltering. Finally, we would like to thank Commissioner Hall for working with us to increase DFAC staff pay without increasing the budget, to address the 13% salary cap on our budget when DFAC staff are severely underpaid. DFAC staff pay is a statewide issue in Fulton County. DFAC supervisors are understaffed by over 100%. We have 16
15
supervisors.
seconds.
We need 40-plus supervisors to keep our children safe. We continue to appreciate your efforts, your support, and your responsiveness to impoverished children and youth residing in Fulton County. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Amber Connor. I know quite a few of you up here, and it's good to see you this morning. In my opinion, this is bigger than the Carter Center, and I'm a member of the Ambassador Circle at the Carter Center and know many people who have worked there for many years. This is bigger than Stacey Abrams sitting on the board. This is connected to the United Nations. I request a copy of the Memorandum of Understanding, the MOU, dated on or around October 14th, that was agreed upon by the Fulton County Board of Elections in executive session. From my understanding, China has had access to CDC servers information since 1999. That in itself is a conflict of interest. Again, I request a copy of the Memorandum of Understanding. I am disappointed the details of the MOU are sealed and unavailable to public. It seems our beautiful city that is known across the world as the civil rights capital of the world has made itself vulnerable to those that would gain control to only scoop this beautiful Black-run city into the control of an elitist globalist agenda. Once again, I ask for a copy of the Memorandum of Understanding. The people of Georgia are fully capable of overseeing their own elections without bringing in the United Nations, like is often done with third world countries. Please let me know where I should pick up my copy of the Memorandum of Understanding. Thank you for your time today, and thank you for all you do.
Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have 6 speakers on Zoom and 2 email comments.
Good morning, Commissioners. The first person to speak is Alexa Finke. Alexa Finke. Okay, we'll go to the next. The next person to speak is Kevin Muldowney.
Good morning, Commissioners. Couple of questions. Why has the highly partisan Carter Center gained unfettered access to our elections? Not only do we have a global corporation, Dominion, electronically recording and compiling our votes, we've hired a highly partisan, left-leaning globalist and Chinese Communist Party entangled organization to monitor our election process. What could possibly go wrong? The Carter Center also works closely with the National Democrat Institute, where Stacey Abrams is a current board member. The same Carter Center has a long history of cooperating with the United Front Work Department of the Chinese Communist Party, the department that Mao Zedong considered the magic weapon to ensure the victory of communism over democracy. Sounds like freedom. I've been trained and worked as a poll worker. There are many restrictions on our conduct, behavior, and physical access to the polls. We had to submit a letter with our name and the polling location we'd be working. Had to be submitted 14 days before early voting. Carter Center observers have none of these requirements. The Carter Center has been granted unfettered access to our entire election process, including any polling location, technology, and personnel records. While citizen observers, actual volunteer voters, are very restricted. This is absurd. A globalist, highly partisan, CCP-connected organization with direct ties to the Democrat candidate, monitoring every aspect of our election and reporting back to the Performance Review Board? What could possibly go wrong?
15 seconds.
Our elections need to remain provincial, fair, and uncomplicated. We need to rescind this agreement, reprimand Kathy Woolard for entering into it, and continue to try to restore the reputation of Fulton County as fair, honest, and American. Thank you.
The next person to speak is Ann Dover. Ann Dover.
How many more?
Okay, we'll go to the next. The next person to speak is Chuck Cape. Chuck Cape. We'll go to the next. The next person to speak is B. Rohr.
Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, fellow Americans. This thing is pretty hot about the Carter Center, and my fellow countrymen have voiced their concerns, all the facts, the ordinances that we believe are being not adhered to. And so I'm just going to person to you. You also are Americans, dear Commissioners. And I know that you probably want to uphold these elections, fair elections, et cetera. So please review the actions. I know there's a lot of shared responsibility, and sometimes that makes things difficult, but you do have plenty of power, you have plenty of responsibility, plenty of insight. You're hearing the voice of the people of Fulton County and surrounding counties, and they're asking you to please do your duties in protecting our elections, do your duties in finding a solution, not to add to the problems of why people don't trust our elections. We want to trust you. We want to back you. We want to support your actions. But when they're contrary to what we think is right and what is in the law, it's very hard to support you. So please think about this issue. We do not support the memorandum of understanding with the Carter Center, and people have given you plenty of reasons of why we're concerned. So please take this and do the right thing for your people.
Anybody else? That's it.
The next person to speak is Chuck Cape.
Yes, I just want to reiterate what's already been said. And I guess I want to simply say, please honor your oath and understanding what your oath means to all of you board members. And I want to thank you for allowing me to speak. And we appreciate what you do. We just want you to understand what your obligation and what your sworn oath means to you and to us, the public. And please honor that and take care of this deleting the Carter Center and the illegal violation of our Georgia statutes in doing so, in appointing them. And I want to thank you again for my time. Thank you.
The next person to speak is Jason Frazier.
Hello, this is Jason Frazier from Roswell. I have to say that I'm once again disappointed in Fulton's handling of our elections. You have allowed temp agencies to leak my personal information and that of others. You are allowing precinct managers to lock doors at closing and preventing poll watchers and the public observers from observing the closing of the polls. You are allowing people to vote from UPS stores, PO boxes, people living at missing address street, and even allowing people to register multiple times and without birth dates. One of the individuals registered twice, I happened to notice, had requested a ballot from both of his IDs. I submitted that one, and one of them was canceled. So at least one of them we caught. But you shouldn't be registering people twice, and you wouldn't have this problem. I've reported all of these items to the Secretary of State before this election, and the investigator chose not to investigate it, which is why this is happening again today. If that wasn't bad enough, you were allowing the Carter Center to have access to our elections, a company with ties to Stacey Abrams, the CCP. But this should be no surprise when you consider a highly partisan election board chair, Kathy Woolard, who approved this. She was a lobbyist for Stacey Abrams, verified action. I believe that is a conflict of interest. And that position is supposed to be nonpartisan. However, it is not. I hope that one day this board can stop all the illegal games you are playing and simply allow free and fair elections. Let the candidate win, whomever they might be. All of the corrupt games have driven up the cost of our elections by tens of millions of dollars, which could be
15
utilized
seconds.
by other organizations across Fulton County to better serve the community. Thank you.
The last person to speak is Marcia Cox.
Hi. Well, I'm Marcia Cox, and thank you for letting me speak, dear commissioners. I'm not sure if you were aware before, but for sure now you are about this outrageous deal allowing an international organization dealing with our local election. I'm not going to repeat myself here. I think you have heard enough. But many people already expressed their concerns, and thousands of others that are not here, they are aware what is going on. So this should be immediately reviewed by this body and taking action immediately, right after this meeting, please. This is totally unacceptable. Fulton County has been the center of many bad news, and we don't need to add this one more. Letting an organization with a deep communist ties is very troublesome, and you guys don't need it to have that in your shoulders. So I appreciate it if you all, after this meeting, take action immediately. Thank you.
And this concludes the Zoom public comment.
That's it.
Yes, and we have 2 email comments.
The first email comment is from Alexa Fink. The Georgia Supreme Court has confirmed voters have standing to sue government officials who violate election law. We have a duty to ensure our elections are administered according to law. Allowing the Carter Center to observe and be involved with our election process tips the scales in favor of one party. The Carter Center has ties to the CCP, which is a national security threat. Fulton County voters and taxpayers deserve an above-board election process after the clown show of 2020. To see what is right and not do it is of want of courage. Where is your courage? In the end, all will be revealed. The powerful that manipulate and tip the scales of justice on earth will not have the power in heaven. A reminder to us all who truly holds the power. The next comment is from Jody Robinson. In regards to the Fulton County Boards of Registration and Elections who voted 4-1 to accept and enter into an illegal and inappropriate memorandum of understanding in MOU with the state's Performance Review Board, 3 members, and the Carter Center, TCC, to allow TCC to have 60 days of unprecedented access to Fulton County elections from October 14th to December 14th. The TCC is trained and guided by their globalist pledge to United Nations principles and paid by their $940 million nonprofit corporation funded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, the Open Society Foundation of George Soros, and the partnership with the National Democratic Institute, where Stacey Abrams is a board member. It is illegal and grossly inappropriate to enable a corporation to have an adequate and meaningful access to all stages of the work involved in the elections, as stated in the MOU. This is not being publicized in the media. It is being done quietly to avoid public outcry. We are demanding that the Board of Commissioners act immediately and shut down this move. May God be with you. This concludes the comments.
Thank you.
No further speakers.
Thank you. Continue, Madam Clerk.
Continuing on page 9, 22-0818, police. Public hearing for alcohol beverage license application submitted by the Citco Happy Store for the retail sale of wine and malt beverages at 4060 Martin Luther King Boulevard, Atlanta, Georgia, 30336.
All right, I'll open the public hearing on this application. Anyone in the Assembly Hall here to speak on this matter? Anyone here to speak on this matter? All right, that close the public hearing. There's no action required, just a public hearing, correct?
Correct.
All right, continue, Madam Clerk.
Presentations to the board, 22-0819, Development Authority of Fulton County, Gaspee 77.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It says, please state your name. So I'm Sarah Elizabeth Langford, the Executive Director of the Development Authority. And thank you all for allowing us to present this morning. The Gaspee 77 is a federal requirement on reporting tax incentives. And at the Development Authority, we have been very focused on encouraging development all throughout our county, but especially in areas that have some measurable and identifiable challenges, like south of I-20. I am talking and meeting with developers regularly, educating them about development opportunities, again, all throughout the county, but specifically in areas that haven't seen a lot of dynamic, high-quality development. Actually, after I leave here today, I'm going to join a bus tour with South Fulton developers on sites ripe for development. Also at the Development Authority, we've been focused on real community engagement. So every single developer that comes before our board led by Chairman Marty Turpo, ensures that the developer is being responsive to specific community desires and challenges. There's one particular project we're working on now where I'm very proud of. Several developers have failed at trying to develop this site, and with our incentive, the current developer will be able to get rid of an illegal 40-year landfill that has been in that community and plagued that community with hazardous methane gas and illegal dumping. So I'm proud about that. And you all know we've provided an incentive for Microsoft in East Point, or Avalon and Alcon and Alpharetta and Johns Creek, so all across the county. And then lastly, we are focused on making sure that all of our stakeholders have transparent information about how our projects impact them. And Chairman Pitts and you as a commission, we have benefited a lot from having members of Atlanta Public Schools and the superintendent of Fulton County Schools on our board. Our partnership with Ernst & Young allows us to provide transparent, clear numbers and financial impacts of our projects on the Atlanta Public School System, on Fulton County School System, and of course on our county as a whole. And in summary, I just want to give you some quick numbers. The impact of the developments that the Development Authority Board has approved in the year 2021 provided an additional $15 million to our county, an additional $11 million to Fulton County Schools, and an additional 19.7 or almost 20 million to the Atlanta Public School System. So I want to turn it over now to Ernst & Young to give us a little more specific numbers. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Rose Burden, Managing Director, Ernst & Young, also the project lead for the Development Authority of Fulton County, GASB 77 work. Today, we will give you some high-level points relative to GASB 77 requirements. It will be followed by the 2021 tax analysis results, and then also finalizing with economic impact data resulting from the 2021 Development Authority of Fulton County transactions. We welcome all questions, and thank you for the opportunity.
Good morning, Commissioners. Eileen O'Neill with Ernst & Young. Happy to be here. If we could just move forward a few slides. We're probably on about the second bullet of the agenda under GASB 77. Am I responsible for moving the? Okay. Okay, perfect. So if you look at the next slide, I'll be providing a high-level overview of GASB 77. So Sarah Elizabeth sort of covered this about the DAFC and its mission. If we can go to the next slide. So I'll be providing just a high-level overview of what GASB 77 is and the process undertaken by the Development Authority of Fulton County with EY's assistance to comply with this financial reporting requirement. So in 2015, the Governmental Accounting Standards Board issued Statement 77, which requires all state and local governments to disclose the tax revenue foregone associated with their tax abatement agreements. That's for all active incentives during the particular reporting period of the fiscal year. So we're highlighting 2021 here. And so it's only for those incentive programs that meet the definition of a tax abatement. And so that exists essentially where there's an agreement between a governmental entity and an individual or business where the governmental entity agrees to forego tax revenues to which you would otherwise be entitled in exchange for some sort of promise on the part of the individual or business entity that has an economic development purpose. So there's really four main criteria here. And the first is that there has to be an agreement. The second is that there has to be a reduction in tax revenue. The third is an economic development purpose. And the fourth is that the agreement has to precede recipient performance. So the agreement takes place before jobs are created, before investments made, before any community revitalization is made. And so this, as a result, it sort of naturally excludes,
your basic tax exemptions and also statutory type tax credits. So what we're looking for here are more of your discretionary and negotiated type incentives. So we did an inventory of incentive programs in the county and amongst the municipalities and identified that taxable bond deals, rehabilitated historic properties, and enterprise zones meet that definition of a tax abatement. So it's important to note that a government has to disclose not only what it gives away in tax incentives, but it also must disclose other government agreements that impact the reporting entity's revenues. And so if you go to the next slide, so this requires a pretty extensive coordination effort. And I'll just wait until you can get to the next slide. So Fulton County has to disclose not only the impact of DAFC incentives, but also the other local development authorities that have their incentive agreements. Those also impact county revenues and have to be disclosed. So as a result, we work with all the municipalities for one, to identify if they've had any incentive programs, to get the data that we need, and that also involves working with the tax assessor's office. But we also report back to all the municipalities to give them the information that they need as well for their financial reporting. And so the DAFC has really taken a leadership role in engaging EY to assist with this coordination effort. And so GASB only requires that you disclose the tax revenue foregone. So the Governmental Accounting Standards Board is not interested in understanding whether the incentive program is ultimately successful. Like in their view, that information doesn't belong on a financial report. It really should be disclosed elsewhere. And so the Development Authority of Fulton County has engaged EY over the years to prepare an economic impact report. And so what that does is it also looks at the direct, indirect, and induced benefits of the DAFC incentive programs, and Andrew Phillips will be highlighting that. In addition, we also calculate the net ad valorem revenue impact of all the active incentives for this fiscal reporting period, and that information will be discussed by Jeff Raff, and I'm sure that's what you'd all like to hear, and so he'll be presenting shortly. And so, in addition, the DAFC has also made some enhancements to its incentive approval process in light of the transparency and accountability that GASB promotes. So they engaged us to develop an ROI model, which they use to assess the total financial impacts of projects that go before them for an incentive approval. They've also incorporated a 5 times hurdle rate such that they will not approve a project unless the total revenue that's projected to result exceeds 5 times of what otherwise would have been brought in. And all that financial information is embedded in these deal review packages, in addition to additional qualitative community benefits as part of these deal review packages that are presented before each of the board members before a approval vote on the incentive takes place. So thank you all for your time. I'll be sticking around for questions, and with that, I'll turn it over to Jeff to give you the numbers. Thanks.
Thanks, Eileen. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Jeff Rash. I'm with Ernst & Young. Can we move to the next slide, please? So for the next couple minutes, we'll spend just walking through the numbers for the 121 projects that were actively receiving an incentive during calendar year 2021. And this slide represents the impact for Fulton County taxes. For the 121 projects that had an active incentive, had that incentive not been generated, the taxes collected would have been $3.3 million. Had the investment went forward without the incentive, you would have seen an increase in approximately $25 million in taxes. Because of the incentives, there was $9.5 million in incentives given, and as a result, Fulton County was able to collect $18.6 million in taxes. Of that, $15.3 million is in brand new taxes as a result of the incentives that were generated by the DFAC. The next 2 slides dictate and show this exact same information and the benefit for Fulton County school system and the City of Atlanta school system. So we'll briefly go over that just high level. Next slide, please. So as Sarah Elizabeth mentioned in her opening remarks, the net impact for the Fulton County School District was $11.4 million in calendar year 2021. And then the next slide will show APS. Next slide, please. APS generated just under $20 million in a net benefit for calendar year 2021. And then the next slide will show a summary over the last 5 years. And so on the left side of your screen, you can kind of see when we started for 2017, the net benefit was $11.5 million. And that number has steadily grown through last year, which was $17 million for calendar year 2020. We saw a slight dip for calendar year 2021, and that's the result of about 30 projects coming off that were receiving incentives, along with slight declines in tax rates for not only Fulton County school system, but also Fulton County operating funds as well. So at this point, I'll turn it over to Andrew Phillips, and he'll walk through more of the economic benefit.
Great, thank you, Jeff. Good morning, commissioners. So if we can go to the next slide, please, yes. So we took the information that was just presented on the prior slide, which includes direct employment reported by developers in terms of ongoing operations, as well as the amount spent on capital expenditures, and input that into an economic model of the county to generate the overall economic impact of the projects. So we do that in a few different ways. We look at 3 different types of economic effects. So the first is the direct effect, and you can think of that in terms of employment, for instance, as the employees who work in one of the facilities at an office or at a hotel that has received an incentive. The second category is the indirect effect, and so that is supply chain related. So for an office facility, you can think of that as economic activity related to suppliers of office supplies or utilities or services that are consumed within the facility. And then the third effect is the induced economic effect, which is essentially consumption-related effects that result from employees respending money in the Fulton County economy at places like restaurants and retailers because they have that additional income earned from the direct or indirect employment. We look at all of these effects in terms of a few different economic metrics. We look at overall employment, personal income, which is essentially employee compensation, gross economic output, and then tax revenues generated for both the state and for local governments. So if we go to the next slide. So these are the key model inputs. On the left-hand side, you can see capital investment. And so for projects receiving an active incentive in 2021, those projects committed $8.6 billion of capital investment when they were being developed at some point over the past 10 years. You can see the largest amount of that investment went into residential buildings, followed by logistics facilities and office structures. On the right-hand side, you can see the jobs that were committed by these developers at the time the incentive was granted. Office buildings represent by far the largest portion of the direct jobs at over 17,000 direct jobs that were committed. Logistics facilities and retail and restaurants come in second and third. If we can go to the next slide. All right, so this is what you then get in terms of the overall economic impact in Fulton County from those direct activities. So this includes the direct, indirect, and induced, and is only related to the ongoing operations of the facilities. It does not include capital expenditure related impacts, which are just one-time impacts. So those 32,000, almost 33,000 direct jobs that were committed by developers support an estimated total of over 48,000 direct, indirect, and induced jobs throughout the county. Those jobs generate over $4 billion of total labor income and support economic output almost reaching $8 billion. The office facilities generate the bulk of that overall contribution just because of the labor intensity of those structures. You have lots of jobs, and they are typically relatively well-paid jobs within those structures, but also logistics facilities and retailers contribute significantly. So those are the results of our analysis at a high level. There are more detailed results in a study that we produce annually. And I think with that, I will turn it over to Sarah Elizabeth.
I'm actually going to make one other quick point. So I mentioned that we provide all the GASB numbers to the municipalities and the school districts, but I also wanted to mention that the waterfall that you all saw that provides the net revenue impact, we also provide that information to APS and Fulton County School District. So the finance directors, they're aware that it's not a revenue loss, it's actually a revenue gain as a result of these projects. So, we're in our 6th year of compliance now. This has been a process that we've done year over year. And it's gone very well. It's been a pretty smooth process, and I would say that it's information that they've come to expect and rely on and trust as well. So we also work with their CPA advisors so that they can verify that the information that we provide is reliably accurate. Thank you.
And in summary, as we're moving forward, we're still continued to focus on new tools in our toolbox for quality workforce housing and affordable housing. Developments that specifically impact and uplift communities, and then also collaboration with developers so they are aware of development opportunities specifically in underserved areas. Thank you very much, and if anyone has any questions, please feel free.
All right, questions, commissioners? Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't have a question. I just wanted to openly commend the leadership of you, Executive Director, as well as I see the Chair, Turpo. I know at one point it was a little rocky. Right. But however, I would be remiss if I didn't say I appreciated how you all navigated the storm. I appreciate the relationships that you have. And I want you to know, I can only speak for me. I respect the leadership, and I respect your body, and I respect what you all are doing. And so I just wanted to openly say I thank you for your leadership. I thank Chairman Turpo and all of you all. You all have all been accessible, only a phone call away. And I think government and government entities and organizations work best when there is reciprocal respect. And we're not going to always agree, but the level of respect is there, and the communication and the pretty much open door policy that you all have. And so I just wanted to go on record with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Morris.
I was going to take the floor to echo, not to echo those comments, to make some comments similar. It's good to see you, Mr. Chairman, in the audience. Yeah, like my colleague, I'm proud of the recent years' efforts, and really the focus on trying to bring projects and development to areas that for decades have been crying for good development. When I was on the Atlanta City Council in the boom of the 90s in Buckhead, we used to, some of my colleagues on the city council said, we'd really love that office building, that shopping center, that apartment complex, that condo complex in my district. And I'm glad that the Development Authority of Fulton County is taking a focus on that now. Just a quick question, because I'm a former CPA and a numbers guy. On the jobs, I've had this question before. Maybe one of you can tell me, when we've done an office building, and we've seen it on occasion back a few years ago, when we do an office building and do some incentives for an office building, and a 100,000 square foot law firm would move from a building it was already in to the new building that just got incentivized. How do you deal with that question on the jobs? Because that project really didn't create those jobs. The jobs just moved. Do you have some kind of discount for that? How do you deal with that question when you're looking at the impact of the jobs created?
Our Ernst & Young model really considers the market changes, and so typically when we're evaluating opportunity, we think about the fact that if there's an opportunity that's moving from one place to another, we consider the fact that our market likely will encourage another replacement in wherever it's moving from. So it's not an exact science, but it's really looking at market factors, looking at proposed forthcoming developments to ensure that if there is a location that's moving from one to another, it's a very high likelihood that if there is an empty opportunity, that our market is naturally going to fill that in, so that we're not we're moving for a minute and then they're creating a new opportunity in its place.
Yeah, and of course, if the economy isn't great and that building that just got emptied stays empty.
Well, and that's true, and during COVID, we, of course, had a lot of
Right.
issues, and like you'd see on that waterfall, during COVID, there was some dips that wouldn't have been there but for COVID. And so that's why
Right.
this opportunity is so difficult, because there's so many factors that we're measuring on every single opportunity.
Yeah. Go ahead, Rose. It's good to see you.
Good to see you. I'd like to ask Andrew to elaborate further on the halo effect. I think that's impactful to mention.
I mean, I guess I would just sort of rephrase what Sarah Elizabeth said, which is, so when we look at the jobs that are committed in these office facilities, you're right, you might have an employer that is relocating from another part of the city. In general, we haven't seen that vacancy rates have gone up a lot. And so in our analysis, we are including at full value the employment that's being committed in the new developments. The underlying intuition in doing that is that, if there is a relocation within the city or the county, that does free up office space that probably will be rehabbed, may be available for other smaller businesses to grow within the county.
Yeah. Well, thank you for that. And I've heard people say that, if we incentivize an office building, that's not really what created the jobs especially if someone moves from one to another, and we talked about that, and thank you for your response. But also if they're able to fill it with a tenant that is moving into the area, and the question is, did it really move into the area because his office got built, or did it move into the building because of all the other wonderful things about Atlanta and Fulton County? But anyway, I understand what you're saying, and I appreciate the comment, and it's just an interesting issue to this numbers guy. Thank you.
Commissioner Ellis?
I think you mentioned that you had a further report that had more data in it. I'm just curious if you had that, if you could submit it to us, and then as part of that, and I don't know if it would be included in it, but do you have something that would illustrate of the 121 projects, sort of the category types that they fit into?
We can break it down further. There was one page in there that talked about like logistic facilities, hotels, mixed-use projects, so we can break it down further if you'd like.
By number, you could say,
okay, number of each one.
Of that 121, there are 15 that are this, that kind of thing.
Okay, we can do that.
And then, and also in terms of I think I mean, on the 5-year snapshot, I think you said, well, you saw the dip in 2021 because
COVID.
Decent number, was that COVID, or I thought you made a statement that there were projects that expired or rolled off?
There was a combination. In the COVID time period, you'll see the dip was specifically because of COVID, but in addition to that, there are projects that are regularly rolling off from that 10-year incentive period.
So that would be the other thing I'd interested of that 121. Do you have a waterfall of the,
Like when each one rolls
year?
off.
Right.
We can get that information. Yep.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Commissioner Hall?
I just want to say outstanding job to you, Sarah Elizabeth, and the EY team, Marty Turpo, and the board. You've done an outstanding job. And to Sarah Elizabeth, I've known you for over 20 years now, and I knew you back when you worked for the nonprofit organization And I just want to say that I not only respect the position, but I respect the person, because you have been a true public servant leader for many, many years before coming here, and you are using that knowledge and that skill set to really do Fulton County proud. So thank you, and thank you to all of you.
Thank
It
you,
takes a team.
And you know, some of our staff have been here for many, many years and have that historical knowledge. So that combined with my affordable housing experience is beneficial. So thank you very, very much.
Yes, it does take a team, and thank you all.
All right, other questions or comments? So quickly, back to Commissioner Morris's question, that comes up frequently. So it's pretty much impossible to say whether they are, the jobs, what's that number? 32,000 jobs or new jobs or jobs that are just simply relocated from point A to point B within the jurisdiction. Is that not correct?
You know, it's pretty rare that we have projects that are simply relocating. Usually if they are relocating, like I'm thinking of Boston Scientific and Johns Creek, they're simply expanding where they are. And that's really a nature because of our county is so dynamic. Typically, developers and businesses don't want to leave, they want to stay. So it's really, we can delve further into those numbers, but we don't have a lot of projects that move really just from one location to another.
Okay, could you give us, say, the percentage of these 32 that are new jobs, brand new jobs, relocating from other places to here, the percentages?
From other states or counties?
Wherever,
Okay,
yeah.
yep, we can definitely do that. And that's one of the reasons, like when I speak with Commissioner Pat Wilson about opportunities that the state or our county is competing for, our incentive comes into play even more because we're competing against other states that have even deeper incentives and additional state and county funds. So we can get those deeper numbers for you.
Okay, and my last question, of the 32,000 jobs, what are the demographics?
We can break that down for you also, because it really depends on the type of development and the community, and obviously the pay also, so we can get that analysis.
When I say demographics here, I'm really talking black and brown. Of that 32,000, what's the black and brown makeup of that 32,000?
Okay, we'll get that for you. And also, one thing that we've done with Chairman Erica Long, who's the chair of our MFBE committee, she basically has helped us ensure, and this was started long before me under Chairman Turpo's leadership, ensuring that with every project we have some goals for minority participation, whether it's subcontractors, jobs, employment. So we are working on that, and I can get you those specific numbers.
Okay, but I'm referring specifically now to the employees, the people that are in those 32,000 positions.
Okay, those specific jobs.
All right, Commissioner Ellis?
One more sort of technical question. In terms of sort of the generation of the numbers and so forth, and sort of the taxes collected, you know, kind of these charts about the net new property taxes for the county, school district, et cetera. If a project is done and an incentive is given in a tax allocation district, are those numbers included within each of those, or are those scrubbed out? Because I mean, I guess they're still inuring effectively to Fulton County, but then they're floating to the TAD.
They're really separate. We only collect the numbers that will specifically be collected by the county or by those school systems. But we do have analysis on the TADs and if there's like a Beltline TAD, so we can get you those deeper numbers. But that is part of what we're working on, working hand in hand with the Beltline, with even Invest Atlanta, so that we are not harming any communities or TADs that we're expecting to collect those property taxes, and we're only receiving new and benefiting all of our stakeholders. So I can get you those deeper numbers for that analysis, because it definitely comes up on many different projects.
So of these 121 projects, these are all outside of a TAD?
No, they're not all outside of a TAD, but the numbers from the property taxes that we're collecting are only the property taxes that will actually be collected by the county or the school system or Atlanta Public School System. So it doesn't consider those.
I mean, we collect for Fulton County's portion to the TAD, and then float it. You know, the money goes back to the TAD. I think via payment by the tax commissioner. Correct? Isn't that the way the flow works? I don't know if our,
Maybe I'm not explaining it well.
Sharon, would you know that? Or Akeem? You know offhand?
I'm sorry, Commissioner Ellis.
So, like,
I
if-
was writing a note.
Like if there's a property that's had and there's billing for the Fulton County taxes, they're billed under Fulton County, right? But then the tax commissioner routes the funds to the TAD?
The tax increment goes directly to the TAD. It does not flow through.
But it's collected in the name of Fulton County,
It's
right?
collected in the name of Fulton County as as part of the general fund millage rate.
Right.
But the revenue
Flows to the TAD.
flows directly to the TAD. Yes,
So
sir.
you're saying all of those numbers are scrubbed out of here? This net incentive benefit for whatever it is, let's say going to Fulton County, would not include?
The numbers that we showed for the taxes collected reconciled back to the amount that Fulton County and the school districts actually collected per the tax bills. The amount that goes back to the TAD was not removed, as we're not privy to that information.
You're not privy to it. So that's probably included in these numbers. So, I mean, I guess that would be an interesting, kind of, you understand what I'm saying with that? So, we've got a significant number, we've got a significant portion of taxes, that are sitting in a TAD, about 47 million or so. So I'd be interested in understanding kind of what the overlap of that is with these docks.
That were
See,
originally
kind of
slated
really
for a
what
TAD.
the true net benefit that we're actually receiving Fulton County government versus, the benefit to, a TAD, if you will. You follow me on that?
I think so, and that's also, I can break it down further, just part of the analysis that our board does is, given what you just said, that maybe some funds originally were slated to be collected by the TAD, what benefit is this project other than just increased tax revenue providing for the community? So it's kind of not an exact science, but we can break it down and give you all those direct numbers so you can see just the tax implications and the financial aspect of it. But like I said, we also have to consider the implications to the neighborhood, like that illegal landfill that I just mentioned is being rid of a community.
I understand the benefit. I mean, but if I look at this and see the net benefit of 15.3 million to Fulton County, then I'm interpreting that as we're actually receiving those taxes and they're being able to use them within the scope of our general fund. But if 8 million of that's being rerouted to the TAD, then that's not potentially not a true accurate representation of, kind of what the net incentive benefit to the county is.
We can break those down, right, to provide that? So TAD, okay. I'll break it down with EY to make sure that it's
Okay.
crystal clear and accurate in a way that makes sense.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, because of the 121 projects, you know where they are. Exactly, so you know whether they're in the TAD or not. So it's just crunching.
So how long would it take you to gather or to answer the questions and prepare information in response to questions that have been asked?
That long?
Because what I'd like for you to do is to come back and go over, because I think the important part here, the questions that have been asked were probably much more relevant than.
So a couple of weeks? They were very good but complicated questions.
What?
Okay, so EY says 3 weeks, about a couple weeks. 3 weeks?
Yeah, first meeting in December. We'll communicate with you on the first meeting in December. We will plan for a follow-up presentation.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
All right, Madam Clerk.
On page 10, County Manager's renewal items under Open and Responsible Government, 22-0820, Real Estate and Asset Management. Request approval to renew existing contracts, provide cleaning services.
All right, a motion to approve by Commissioner Hall. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Cast your vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. Under Health and Human Services, 22-0821, Public Works. Request approval to renew existing contracts, provide water meter reading services.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Hausman, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 22-0822, request approval to renew existing contracts, provide standby miscellaneous construction wastewater system services.
All right, I have a motion to approve by Commissioner Hausman, seconded by Commissioner DeMorris. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. On page 11, 22-0823, Finance, 2023 Budget Update.
All right, Mr. Manager.
Yes, sir. Sharon's going to lead the board through what our current process is and where we are in the budget development. I think what I wanted to say up front, importantly, is this is not the final product. That's due on November the 15th. However, what we can show today is taking the direction given by the board in the last meeting, as well as, I think, practical steps. We can see a path forward to providing a balanced budget. That's the good news. But the caveat to that is pretty significant, and that is there's over $200 million in enhancements to still yet consider, and there's about 20 million, 23 million left to apply to that. So I want you to ensure that those 2 points are understood. All the actions that we've taken thus far that would produce a balanced budget, and they have things like elimination of monies for some vacancies, not all, reducing operating expenses, not paying a performance bonus, so they're not inconsequential themselves. But most importantly, I want you to know that, again, we will not be, in the current financial constraints, funding significantly the enhancements, and probably most likely, given that we've got about 10% of those enhancement dollars that we could fund against all of the requests, we'll only be looking at things that are critical, driven by contractual regulatory change. We will not be looking at new positions, compensation enhancements, and the like. So that will probably result, most likely, in elected officials wanting to make their own presentation of their needs, which will have to be, if addressed, through a millage rate increase. And I think that's appropriate in that they're elected officials presenting to elected officials on that basis. But again, I want to set the expectation that we are not going to be able to address those needs in our budget submission. So hopefully this is helpful to you. No decision today, just a preview of coming attractions. So I'll turn it over to Sharon.
So before you begin, Ms. Whitmore, I'm sorry that Commissioner Ellis is not in the room now, nor because the key to what you're going to hear is on page 5. And this is where you earn your stripes as a public official. We're going to have, if everything goes according to the plan that you're going to hear, there may be $23 million available. Maybe. But you got requests for $263 million. And those are the two numbers you need to leave here today baked in your mind. Maybe 23 million, but you got requests for 263 million. So every penny going forward will have to be scrutinized. We're going to have one person, at least one new member, no more than one, if I can play politics with this, but this is critical what you're going to hear today, and what I don't want to hear next year is that I didn't know. I wasn't aware. Well, you're going to hear it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sharon Whitmore, Chief Financial Officer. As usual, the county manager did an excellent job of summarizing the presentation, but I do think it's important to go ahead and step through it for public consumption. Next slide, please. We did want to share with you the process that we've employed in the development of the 2023 general fund budget. As you know, we have made a number of presentations and sought direction and guidance from the board in how to close the preliminary budget gap that we were looking at based on our mid-year review and presenting all of the items that we knew would be budget pressures for 2023. So to that end, we've made some revenue adjustments, about 39 million in revenue adjustments, and I believe the manager mentioned all of these. Adjusting for the actual tax billings versus our projected tax billings after the tax commissioner finalized the billing cycle and released the tax bills this year. So that did result in an increase in tax billings. Also, the board did take an action to reduce the impact of the credit card fee waiver by eliminating that item. And then we also received guidance that we should just go ahead and build in an across-the-board 2% increase in our projected revenue. So that's going to be reflected in what we present to you on the 15th. From an expenditure perspective, we have made roughly about $87 million in reductions to our expenditures across personnel and operating categories. By doing the things the manager mentioned, we're recommending a partial hiring freeze across all departments for vacant positions.
Go ahead and emphasize that. Partial hiring freeze across all departments, not some.
Yes.
Not special departments, all departments.
At this point, the recommendation is a hiring freeze across all departments. What that will actually look like is we will be applying more or less an attrition factor to each department's salary and fringe benefit budget so that we go ahead and account for the fact that all of the positions, all of the vacancies will not be filled on January 1. So that's the practical effect of that item. The second line item is really the effect of the first. And then, as the manager indicated, we're not recommending that we fund the pay for performance bonus or any other type of compensation adjustments for 2023. Out of the operating budget, each department's operating budget, we will be looking to set those operating budgets at a level that aligns with our historical spending in the operating budgets. So not funding 100% necessarily of what they have been funding, but funding it more along the lines of what they have actually been spending. We have reduced the elections budget to provide funding for one countywide special call election if necessary. And would recommend that the municipalities pay the full cost of the municipal elections that will run in 2023. So if there is no special call election and only municipal elections, then the municipalities would be fully responsible for those costs.
Now, how is that different from the current situation?
Well, in a general election year, we bear the full cost.
Fulton County pays the full cost?
Yes, sir. And currently by board resolution, if there is a special call election that is countywide that occurs simultaneously with the municipal election, then we would not pass any additional costs on to the municipalities. But if there is no special call election next year, then the recommendation would be that if we are asked to support the municipal elections, that they would pay the full cost of those elections. The next item is we had in our
let that sink in. That's important.
okay. Can we go back one slide, please? The next item is we had originally provided for an inmate outsourcing budget based on what the sheriff had originally presented, which was two existing agreements, one with Cobb County, one with the City of Atlanta for the Atlanta Detention Center, and then a third provider. So we have eliminated the third provider, and we are funding both Cobb County and the Atlanta Detention Center for the full number of detainees that both of those agreements provide for. And then we also wanted to acknowledge.
That will speak to personnel, to deputies, correct?
Yes, sir. I believe the Atlanta Detention Center agreement requires the county to actually provide the manpower. We are just paying a facility use fee in that case. And then the last item here is.
Don't leave this.
Yes, sir.
Let this sink in also. We don't have enough personnel at Rice Street, presumably. Union City's gonna close. We don't have enough personnel for the city jail. And you spent several $100,000 renovating Alpharetta with no personnel. So where's that coming from? I'm just saying, just make sure so that nobody can say, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. This right here. Continue.
Okay, thank you. And the last bullet point here is that we were asked to take a look at contracts. We have a significant number of contracts, and so we are reviewing those contracts, and we'll continue to do so. At the current juncture, we have not made any specific adjustments from an expenditure status, but we did want to acknowledge that we are reviewing contracts, and we'll continue to do so that we can rationalize and right-size contracts and eliminate those that might be duplicative in nature. Okay.
This one's also important. Give an example of what you mean by reviewing existing contracts to see whether they are needed or not.
The one that comes to mind immediately, it's not really about whether they're needed or not, it's more like rationalizing it, and Lateef, please forgive me if I get this wrong, but we have, during the pandemic, we initiated a contract for Zoom for virtual meetings. Also during the pandemic, we worked diligently to roll out our Office 365 solution, which includes Microsoft Teams. So we will be looking to rationalize the use of both of those products. Microsoft Teams is included in the base license agreement for Office 365. We are paying a separate contract fee for Zoom. Zoom is needed and is necessary because it is what is supporting our virtual court systems that we have set up. So we will be evaluating those type of contractual arrangements and rationalizing them to ensure that we are not paying more for each than is necessary. That won't be immediate. It's going to take some time, but we will continue to evaluate those items as we go through the year. Okay, next slide, please. This is just a graphical view of how we have arrived at having a budget that is balanced and that has about $23 million available to support the enhancements that we've received. If you kind of walk through it, in the revenue additions item, that's the $39 million that I identified. 16 million is related to that across the board 2% revenue increase. 12 is the impact of eliminating the credit card fee waiver, and 11 is the adjustment for the value of actual tax billings related to 2022 that carry into and become part of the base revenue in 2023. And then on the expense reduction side, you can see we have eliminated $18 million that was proposed for inmate outsourcing, $18 million that was proposed for elections in order to keep the elections budget at the same level as what would be necessary during a general election cycle. $15 million for the partial hiring freeze, $15 million as a result of not providing for a pay-for-performance bonus, $13 million in the FEMA reserve. That item is actually because we had both included it in our 2022 expense projections as well as an item in the 2023 budget, so we're right-sizing that. And then lastly, the effect of rolling back departmental operating budgets to what their historical spend levels have been at roughly about a 6% rollback. Next slide, please.
So the key there, though, I think, is that inmate outsourcing. Because you can preview coming attractions. When we start talking about that, you know what's going to happen.
Yes, sir. We reduced it by $18 million, but we've, I'm sorry.
Another Academy Award performance here. I'm just saying this to let us know, so we cannot say we did not know what the impact of our decisions are in a couple of months from now.
And I do actually want to point out over on the far left-hand side of the slide, you'll see the column that's labeled use of funds. So we covered that original $91 million gap that we identified. We are, the budget will be balanced, and it will also be in compliance with the county's fund balance reserve resolution of 16.67% of budgeted expenditures. And then that does leave the $23 million that we are still reviewing and making decisions on how that $23 million will be appropriated based on the number of enhancements that we've received. Okay, so next slide now. The manager did comment on this in his remarks, specifically with regard to the enhancement request. We have those categorized in two areas, primarily capital and operating request. And the criteria that we will be using as we complete our evaluation and recommendations of items that fall into the enhancement category. For capital requests, we will primarily be looking at items that are critical life and safety requests only. In the operating enhancement request, we are also looking at using and have been using and applying this rules-based approach, which provides for items that are regulatory or compliance in nature, think ADA type things. Items that are contractually driven, where we have routine contracts like janitorial services, where the costs for those services have increased, or the inmate medical contract, where it has a built-in cost escalator in the contract. Items that we consider to be unavoidable expenditures, including items that the board has approved. An unavoidable would be an unavoidable expenditure would be a BOC approved item would be the presentation that Dr. Rochelle made earlier on senior transportation, where we approved the incremental cost to the senior transportation in order to avoid a reduction in service. So those are the type of items. It was a little over 3.7, I'm thinking. 1.8.
1.8 for the bus transportation and approximately 1.8 for Uber Lyft.
Yeah.
So all of those things will be in play to fund or not to fund.
Yes, sir. We also specifically excluded new personnel, anything that was a compensation adjustment request, or the expansion of any existing programs or establishment of new programs. And as the manager indicated also in his remarks, because we have a significant request and not enough resources to meet all of the requests, there will be many of those requests that will go unmet in the proposed budget recommendation. Next slide, please. Yes, sir.
A couple of examples of the unmet requests in the areas of public health, public safety, and justice agencies. What are you talking about?
In public health, at this point, we have not programmed additional resources in for support for public hospitals. And in the public safety or the justice area, we have not programmed in additional resources for, well, the sheriff came and made his presentation. He had, requested roughly $68 million worth of enhancements. So we have not programmed those. Other than items that met those specific criteria, contractual obligations, and that.
Those are specific hard requests that 7 of us are going to be faced with no money.
Yes, sir. And this next slide is provided to, you can go back one slide, please. This next slide is provided to you so you can see the total value of the enhancement requests that were received, $263.7 million. We have $23 million available to fund items within that ask. And we broke them out by capital, by operating, and then into the various stacks: administration, human services, infrastructure, justice, and public safety. The majority of the requests came out of human services and justice and can be specifically tied back to the request for support from hospitals for indigent health care and the sheriff's request. Next slide, please. And then lastly, commissioners, we just kind of wanted to throw the timeline back up, and I'll just walk you down and have you pick up on the November 15th line. That is the date that we are required by the county's budget ordinance to submit the proposed budget to you. We would follow that. So you will receive it on or before the 15th. We will follow that submission up with a overview and presentation at the Board of Commissioners meeting held on November the 16th. That's the recess meeting this month. And then in the month of December, we will hold the legally required public hearing. We've tentatively scheduled that for the board meeting on December the 7th. And then that will set the board up in early January to be able to adopt the budget either at the first or the second meeting of the board in the month of January. And that's our update, Mr. Chairman. As the manager indicated, we will come back to you with the final proposed budget on or before the 15th. We are in the process now of completing our review and evaluation of all of the budget enhancements.
Thank you. And then again, the two numbers to remember: maybe $23 million available, maybe, but $263 million in requests, including public safety and senior services. Questions, comments? Mr. Ellis?
Quick questions. The dollar amount that you currently have in for elections, I saw what you get. I know you have a number that was reduced, but what's the current dollar amount that's in there?
I think it's about $20 million. It's $15 million for a special call election and a little over $4 million for the elections department annual recurring base budget.
Okay. Yeah, I would just remind y'all that whatever number we want in there, it needs to be crisp. So I do want to come back and look at that a little bit, but the methodology you were using is, I understand that. So the dollar amount that's in for inmate outsourcing?
It's roughly $28 million.
28 million is still in?
Yes.
With the reduction of 18?
Yes, 14.6 for the Cobb County agreement, 12.7 for the Atlanta Detention Center.
Say that one more time.
I believe it's 14.6 for the Cobb County agreement and 12.7 for the Atlanta Detention Center.
Okay. And then on the, of the 267 million in requests, I mean, I know you referenced like for, from hospitals. What's the dollar amount you've included in there from hospitals outside of Grady? Because I just, honestly, I don't think we should be considering those at all. It's not our contractual obligation, our principal, response rests to Grady, at the moment. So what's the dollar amount?
The specific request that was received was $48 million.
48 million. So 48 million of that 267 was from, an entity or entities that we have no contractual relationship with today.
That is correct.
Okay, all right. And then on the amount in for you've got the reduction of the FEMA, the reserve. I can't read it now. It's too small print on this page. But the FEMA reserve reduction. So do we still have a number in there, or we don't have a number in there?
So as we were going back through and working on all of the adjustments, we recognized that we had included the FEMA reserve as both an expense in 2022 and a budget in 2023. So we've dropped it from the budget in 2023. Okay. So it's only in there one time. If we don't fully expend it this year, then we will carry it forward through fund balance for next year. So it will still be available as part of the fund balance. But we did recognize that we had duplicated it and we needed to pull it out.
Okay. And then last question, we did not put, you did not do, you sort of left the risk funding as normal as we normally do it, correct?
We did, and that was based on when we had a conversation with the county attorney's office reviewing their budget about a particular class action lawsuit.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Commissioner Arrington?
Thank you. I was looking at this this timeline here, and I guess what I really want to know is, as far as BOC guidance, you know, I've mentioned this before as far as getting that guidance before millage rate adoption. So going forward, I'd like to see us maybe rework this calendar so that that input is received, or that the BOC receives this input before voting on a millage rate, all right? I mean, it would have been great to know all of this, and obviously no one's got a crystal ball, but it would have been great to know all this before we voted to reduce the millage rate. So hopefully going forward for next year, next time, we can relook at this budget process timeline and, you know, get this on the front end instead of on the back end. That's it.
All right, Commissioner Abdu-Rahman?
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to echo the sentiments of Commissioner Arrington, even to the point of this was one of the issues that I sounded the alarm about. I know that some of my colleagues may have thought that I was ringing the bell or holding up the flag for this issue and concern for a reason. But Chairman, you just said it. The funding, we're going to look at increased funding with less dollars. And so none of this should be a surprise. However, I would be remiss if I didn't say we took a vote, that vote stands. So now we are going to, all of us as a collective body, have to agree that we're going to have to proverbially tighten the belt somewhere. And so if there's a better manner of doing this, if there's a different timeline of doing this, I would be more than happy to support that. However, when we make decisions, especially dealing with the tax dollars, yes, we should be frugal with them. I accept that responsibility, that this is taxpayer dollars, but I also accept the responsibility that you can't have it both ways. You can't have the funding for the things that, enhancements that you want and that are dear to your heart, and we still stay within what is our budgetary duties as commissioners. So I just wanted to put that reminder out there that a decision was made, and when we get to the point in the road where the proverbial rubber will meet, this is what I meant by it.
All right, other questions or comments? All right, continue. Anything else, Mr. Manager?
No, sir.
Madam
Appreciate
CFO?
being able
All
to
right,
present
thank
this.
you. Madam Clerk?
Continuing on page 11, 22-0824, Real Estate and Asset Management, request approval of recommended proposal to provide design build services for expansion of the East Point Library.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Hall. Is there a second? I'll second. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 22-0825, Request approval to increase spending authority for additional requirements requested by the Sheriff's Office to rekey high-security systems at the Fulton County Jail.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Question by Commissioner Hall. From the Sheriff's Office? Is anyone here from the Sheriff's Department representing the Sheriff? I don't think so. What do you want to do?
But I thought that he would send someone. I only had a question because I remember the issues with the locks in the jail, and I wanted to know, looking at this particular item and reviewing it, it's being done in a phased approach, and I wanted to know what are we looking like as far as being secure in the jail, so he can answer that later on. I will direct it directly to him. Thanks.
All right, the motion on the floor is to approve. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 22-0826, request approval to increase spending authority to allow for the completion of several high-priority plumbing repair replacement jobs.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Hall. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Arrington. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. On page 12, under Health and Human Services, 22-0827, Behavioral Health and Development Disabilities, request approval of recommended proposals to provide expanded services to help the county drive towards its purpose to increase access to behavioral health services.
All right, I have a motion on the floor to approve by Commissioner Hausman, seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Commissioner Hall.
Good morning, Commissioners. This morning, Latrina Foster will be stepping through the framework for the continuation of behavioral health services here in Fulton County. I do want to point out that since 2018, the county has embarked on a transformational journey to improve and increase the number of constituents that are receiving behavioral health services and really knitting together in a strategic and coordinated way adult, child, justice, school, and housing-related behavioral health services. So today, Latrina Foster, the Director of Behavioral Health Services, who has led this transformational effort, will step through the presentation. Latrina.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity to discuss with you today and hopefully get your approval to move forward with executing our behavioral health contracts in order to establish a behavioral health provider network. That was our end goal with this new RFP that was released, is that we were looking for multiple providers to join our family and to assist us in delivering behavioral health services throughout Fulton County. As you can see up there, based on the logos that are on the very front page, we are recommending 6 providers to collaborate with Fulton County to deliver behavioral health services, and that is Grady. In addition, Georgia Hope, Chris 180, River Edge, Stepping Up on Second, and Summit Counseling. If you can go to the next slide. I'm just gonna quickly walk you through kind of what we've done over the last 4.5 years. Some of this data will reflect 4.5 years, and then you will see our court data will reflect at the end of 2021, and then I can give you the current number based on 2022 where we are as of today. But in our core outpatient services, which you know we have 2 buckets of services under core outpatient. We provide core outpatient services to adults as well as services to children, adolescents, and emergent adults. So that is your 18 to 24-year-old population. Currently, those services are rendered by River Edge and Chris 180. Over the last 4.5 years, as you can see, we continue to provide services to over 2,000 individuals. Where we land at today is about 2,400 individuals that we provided core outpatient services to, and that is unique individuals. So one person, one count. If you go to the next slide, this is our total number of clients. No, we went to, go back one, sorry. Yeah, we must be missing one. So you can go to the next one. So for our total core outpatient services, what we've seen in the number of clients that we have provided contacts to. So this means that an individual may have received services, they may have received services 4 or 5 times. As you can see here, we're at over 15,000 total visits in our core outpatient services at the midpoint of 2022, which is outstanding. Although you may look at the previous slide and say you've only seen 2,400 individuals. However, out of those 2,400 individuals, our retention rate is really high and they continue to return for services, which is imperative when you're delivering behavioral health services. Next slide, please. So our recommendation based on the RFP that was released is that we're recommending that CRIS 180 provide child and adolescent core outpatient services on behalf of Fulton County at 2 of our locations, which is Adamsville Regional Health Center, as well as the North Fulton Service Center. In addition, we would like to bring in Georgia Hope to provide child and adolescent services at our Oak Hill Child and Adolescent Facility. And so between those 2 providers, we are, a cost proposal for Georgia Hope came in at $800,000, and then for CRIS 180 to continue rendering services at 2 locations, a little over $1.5 million. Next slide. And then on our adult core outpatient services, what we're requesting is that we enter into a contractual agreement with Grady Behavioral Health Services to provide services at 2 of our outpatient clinics, one being our North Fulton Service Center, which you know that Grady is already present in that facility with their primary care, so I think it would be an excellent collaboration to combine the 2 services at the North Fulton Service Center, and then also place Grady at our South Fulton Service Center to provide services within that location, and River Edge will maintain their presence at our Center for Health and Rehabilitation. And between those 2 contracts, they come in a little over $4 million. Next slide. So our next level of services is our reentry services. As you know, we provide services to the women at Union City Jail, and then we provide services to our emerging adult population, which once again, as a reminder, that is our individuals that are aged 18 to 24. What we're looking at here is to split our services. We will enter into a contractual agreement, upon your approval, of course, with CRIS 180 to continue rendering services to that emerging adult population, as well as we would like to bring on Grady, who is going to utilize Women on the Rise as a subcontractor to render services to the women at Union City Jail to continue with our services within the reentry service category. Next slide. And then our screening and reentry unit, actually, we took this offline several years ago because we were not able to keep it staffed. However, Grady did submit a proposal on this category of service, and we would like to bring it back online. And just as a reminder, the screening and reentry unit, the purpose of this service was to have people housed within the jail that once a correctional mental health screening is complete, which the end goal is to complete a correctional mental health screening on everyone booked into the jail. If they score 5 or more, it sends our team a red flag. Thanks to the great work, thanks to the great work done by the strategy office with creating us a database where that information is sent to our database. Individuals that score 5 or more, we receive an alert. So the screening and reentry unit, their job would be to go and meet with those inmates to complete a gains reentry checklist, identify barriers that will prevent them from being released from jail, and then start working on those necessary resources to make it a smooth transition back into the community. So we are requesting to enter into a contractual agreement with Grady to bring this service back online and they did submit a cost proposal for less than $300,000. Next slide. And so now we'll go into some of our programs. Our court programs, misdemeanor mental health court. We are going to continue utilizing River Edge to render this service on behalf of Fulton County in collaboration with Judge Kirk and Judge Porter and their MMC team. Next slide. Our DUI services, same thing. We are going to continue to utilize River Edge to render this service. They are currently working with the state court on the DUI project. What the state court has requested is some adjustments within the staffing for this particular program. So they're requesting more licensed therapists, which led to the cost being increased, not significantly, but it's probably a $70,000 increase from what we were paying in 2022. Next slide, please. And so our next level of service is our permanent supportive housing program. As you know, we entered into an MOU with the City of Atlanta with an end goal to have 550 permanent supportive housing units within the next 5 years. That was about 3.5 years ago. We're a little behind the curve as a result of developers being delayed with construction. However, as of today, matter of fact, right now, we have 9 new clients moving into permanent supportive housing units. So we're actually at 138 clients effective today. And then next Wednesday, the remaining clients will move into permanent supportive housing units, and we will end the year with 148 individuals that are now housed and receiving supportive services from our team. What we're asking, moving forward is to continue with the 148 individuals that are currently housed. We're requesting that River Edge continue to provide them with that support. Based on our housing pipeline, it looks like we will have 124 new units in 2023. And what we're requesting is that Step Up on Second becomes the provider to take on the new individuals that will be housed in 2023, and River Edge will continue to maintain the current individuals that they provide those wraparound services to as of today. Next slide. And so on this particular one, we are requesting that Chris 180 and Summit continue with our school-based therapy program, which currently Chris 180 is in 38 schools, Summit is in 28 schools. You can go to the next slide, I'm sorry. And between the two providers, they have provided over 1,000 services to over 1,000 students as of the mid-year of 2022. And actually, as of the end of the third quarter, is 2,136 clients. You can go to the next slide, thank you. And so we're just asking that Chris 180 continue to maintain their presence in the current 38 schools that they're in. In addition, that Summit continues to maintain their presence in the 28 schools that they're currently in. The only difference for this cycle is that we're requesting that we actually have a contract with Summit versus Summit being the subcontractor of Chris 180. So we'll have 2 contracts, one with Chris 180 and one with Summit. Next slide. And so our next program that we would like to continue rendering this service is our Text for Help program. And over the last 3 years, we have provided assistance to over 600, we provided assistance to 604 students that were in need of a response to a text that they have sent to our confidential text line. And so we would like to continue rendering this service with Chris 180, and the price went up maybe around $6,000, and that was in response to Chris 180 wanting to provide a higher level of pay for the clinicians that respond to the actual text messages. So now the contract, if approved today, would be right at $17,001. Next slide. And so our last program, which this is a grant-funded program funded by the Georgia Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities. The goal within this program is to provide services to at least 25 youth to prevent them from engaging in the use of substances. As you can see, we've had a significant decline in the level of services that we've been providing in this program. And so currently, our service level is down. However, we have implemented some strategies to get more students engaged, more individuals engaged, make sure we meet with the courts, juvenile court, to let them know that we do have availability, we have open slots, and we would like to continue this service utilizing Chris 180 to render this service on our behalf. And with that said, that is my presentation, and I'm open for questions.
Finished. Commissioner Hall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is outstanding work, Latrina, but you always do outstanding work, and even with the small number of staff that you have a very small team, but you accomplish so much. I cannot imagine what it takes to get this type of work done. So I commend you and your team on this. I looked through and read everything, even the actual agenda item and all the documents. And the thing that stood out for me is I see Fulton County schools all throughout everything, even the presentation, but I see no mention of Atlanta Public Schools. And I have to think about a situation where APS Superintendent Dr. Lisa Herring and her team were talking to my team, me and my team, about the fact that they have a lot of crisis in the schools right now with the youth. And they told us about one particular situation where a young lady was in crisis and they didn't know what to do with her. And she wouldn't talk to the teachers, the principal, or anyone. And I said, well, why didn't you use our telehealth line? And they said, we didn't even know you had a telehealth line. So it just really made me see that we need to partner a little better. And I also thought about how our Vice Chair, Commissioner Hausman, had advocated some time ago for us to provide $250,000 to Fulton County schools, but also $250,000 to APS schools, because we needed to partner with them and show some support for those special projects that they may need to do for the youth and their families. And I think that this is an area where we need to do more as well. So is there anything that you can tell us about that we're doing with APS in this area?
So currently within our Text for Help program, we did reach out to Atlanta Public Schools, and they actually had a similar platform at the time. We will re-engage with them to see if they are interested. I know that they have some personnel shifts. Actually, one of our very close colleagues that we've implemented a lot of these programs in Fulton County schools is now moving over to APS. So I will connect with her and see how we can transition some of these programs into APS.
Thank you so much, because they pulled CARES Act funding and everything to try to offer these same types of services, but the question is, what do they do when the CARES Act funding no longer exists? Okay. So thank you so much, Latrina.
Mm-hmm. Commissioner Ellis?
Yeah, just a couple of quick questions. So on the numbers you presented on the course, that's on the non-duplicated clients, and then the total client served at visits and all that. That's just on the sort of core outpatient programs, right?
Correct.
Right. So if you go and you look at sort of the programs in addition to that, it's probably I was doing my math right, probably at least
It's
about another.
about 5,007, I believe.
Total, right,
Correct.
once you do kind of the other programs and so forth, right? And then we don't have, on the school-based mental health, I mean, Atlanta's got, APS has programs in all their schools too, but it's just work through those other contractors through state funding, right?
Right, so for the school-based mental health, of course, the Georgia Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities funds what they call the APEX project.
Right.
And a lot of agencies are within APS schools.
Right, so we just don't have those, we don't have those numbers, right, to kind of look at. But, you know, point being is we've got sort of for all of the Fulton County, whether it's Fulton County school system or APS school system, all the schools should be covered with school-based counseling, either through our funding or through the state funding, correct?
We are hoping that the gap, we're actually going to reach out to Layla Fitzgerald, who is with the
Right.
Georgia Department, just to make sure that our data is captured when they report.
Right.
So that we can demonstrate that in Fulton County, we're trying to ensure that there are no gaps in Fulton County schools nor APS when it comes to the school-based therapy.
Good, that's great. And then one quick question on the permanent supportive housing piece. So is the idea right now that this will still be sort of limited to these, this sort of specific tie-in with Partners for Home, or would we extend that to, or it's a thought that we would extend this to any other partners right now?
So the way that we entered into this agreement, it is with the City of Atlanta, who Partners for Home is the representative for this MOU. And so all of the contractors that are interested in rehabbing properties or doing new construction, they go through the application process through Partners for Home.
Okay. So that's a specific sort of City of Atlanta project at the moment.
Yes.
Have we had any ask from outside the City of Atlanta by anybody else for kind of a similar type thing? And I guess what I'm curious about, if y'all talked about it at all, I mean, obviously there's a place for outpatient work, right? But, you know, kind of the concept of, and we see it with the school-based counseling as well as some of the other programs, but in particular you see it there, the concept of meeting people where they are has a high success rate. It appears to have a higher success rate maybe than just purely relying upon traditional outpatient. So I was just curious if we thought about either trying to do any sort of pilots outside of the city with any other organizations that, you know, would have had the need for that.
There has been discussion, however, no traction on what has been discussed, but it's something that we can definitely explore in 2023, especially if some of our projects within the City of Atlanta are slowed down. We can expand our team to ensure that they reach their goal of 124.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Commissioner Arrington?
Good morning. Thank you so much for this information. I guess my question is in regards to the number of clients that I see on here. The number of clients, is that based on anticipated or actual clients?
So are you referring to the recommendation chart, or are you referring to the bar graph of performance?
So I'm looking at core, child, adolescent, emerging adult, projected total cost 2.3, I guess that's.
So those are the projected number of clients that they will serve in 2023. So if you look at Chris 180, what we're trying to do with them is that we're projecting that they will serve 1,200 individuals at that 1.5 million, and that Georgia Hope will serve 800 individuals at their 800,000.
And that's based on traditional numbers or last year's numbers or this year's numbers, or how many people they're currently seeing?
Right, so what we did in this new RFP is that we just set projections based on what we see the trends over the last 4.5 years, well, at that point, 4 years and 1 quarter, based on what we had seen on the number of clients we were serving at that point, and then we wanted to be able to increase that number every year slowly but surely, because if you note, this contract has 9 renewal options.
All right, 9 renewals. All right, I guess what I'm wondering is, I see, we've got this network of providers, and then I look over re-entry teams, new clients, and we're only anticipating 100?
So for the re-entry teams, that is the minimum number of active clients. So once an individual has been released, we work with them. And so Women on the Rise completely do it different. They actually provide housing, which I'm really excited about that. But they work with the individual, and then they sort of set them in an aftercare. So you may still have your aftercare caseload, but your active caseload may be 100, but you may have 40 people in your aftercare, on your aftercare caseload.
All right, yeah, I don't know, that's confusing. I'm like, we're only expecting to help 100 people? Seems
So,
like it's
minimum,
gonna be way
yes.
more than 100 people that need that in jail. And then I'm wondering, how much flexibility do they have? I mean, what if they only see 1,000 people over here? What if they only see 1,000 child and adolescents, and this number needs to go up to 300? How much flexibility do we have to switch out patients from one area to another? I mean, this is just, they're just seeing people. So if this number's down over here, it seems like we should have some flexibility, and I don't know if we do or not.
Well, I don't know about flexibility of transferring clients from one place to another, because once they establish a relationship with one particular therapist, you want to keep them in that continuity of care. However, what we can do is implement what we call a fee-for-service matrix, which means that we reimburse you on the level of services that you actually render. So if we sign a contractual agreement with you, the agreement is that you're going to serve 1,000 individuals at a rate of $1,200 per client served, then we just pay you for the number of individuals that you actually served.
Okay, yeah, I wasn't, because I'm talking about moving the clients or the patients. I'm just saying having flexibility with the numbers, but I guess the way that you said would allow for that. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? All right, just a couple quickly. So I need for you to simplify this, sort of dumb it down so I can understand it. So the number, that number 2,436, those are individuals that
Correct.
receive service.
Correct.
Then that other second number is 15,417. That means that of that 2,000 folk, they've returned for service. That's, you call that context, right?
Correct.
Is that for everybody? Is that is for, what do you call it, adult, child, adolescent?
Yes, it's a combination.
Well, that's everybody. So for $13 million, this crowd, these companies saw 2,436 individuals.
So the previous contract wasn't for 13 million.
No, I'm talking about this one, this one.
Yeah, so this one, but the
Yeah.
numbers are projected to be
Right.
higher.
I'm just trying to
Correct.
understand it.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
So for 13 million, and this contract will run through 2032, assuming it's approved, and if it's approved today, I have no doubt that it'll be. So that's right, so 2032, 13 million a year, okay.
Yeah, but-
So 2,436 different people came, and some returned, and the total number of return visits was, that's the 15,417 for that 13 million. So number, I got the number straight now. What I don't understand, and it's probably me, how do you measure success?
So you measure it several ways. They have,
Not strike that, not success,
Okay.
performance. How do you measure performance?
of the contractors,
Yeah.
okay. So we look at the number of clients that they served,
That's
for
the
one.
2,436, okay.
And we also look at a laundry list, so we have about 10 key performance indicators that have been outlined by the Georgia Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities, so that we ensure that our contractors are in compliance with those KPIs, as well as the KPIs that we may set based on the service that you are delivering. So for example, the state of Georgia, when a person calls for an appointment, you have to give them an appointment within 48 hours. We measure to make sure that you actually do that. So it's those type of measures that let us know whether or not you're being successful with meeting the needs of the client at the time that they need the service.
Okay, but what I mean by performance is, I guess I'm looking at it from the point of view, and again, I'm just trying to understand, not being argumentative at all.
Absolutely.
If client number one comes in and receives treatment and doesn't come back, to me, that would be success. In a simplified way, is that too simple?
Well, I don't know if I would measure that as success because the individual may just decide to drop out of service. So to me,
It's complicated, in other words.
yes, let's leave it there. But you want to see someone that's actually in recovery, doing well, and able to reach back out and help the next person. So a person that you've served in 2019, now they're on your staff as a peer specialist, and they're helping other people on the road of recovery with mental health or substance use disorders. It's complicated.
Commissioner Ellis,
Yeah, well, I mean, I certainly, generally when somebody goes in for mental health services, one appointment is not going to do the trick. And one appointment is probably going to be, that's probably a sign of failure than there is. But one thing, I mean, I think this is all great, but I do think and that was sort of the question I was trying to allude to first. We're serving a lot more than 2,436 people, right?
Yes.
That number for the totality of this is more, somewhere like 5,000 plus probably,
Yes.
right? So
why is that number in there?
well, that's just, the 2,436 is just your mid-year number for core
Core
outpatient
outpatient only,
services.
correct.
Right, so I do think as we do these, it's sort of just, we can get sort of a total number,
Absolutely.
as we're, doing these in the future. I think it's helpful to see that because, you truly got a number of different programs are about meeting these folks where they are.
Correct.
And trying to address, multiple different needs. I think that would be helpful for everybody to see.
And I'll send an updated slide or a memo just so that you all can see the total number of clients served across all programs. But I wanted to make sure I was very targeted in this presentation where you saw within each area, service area, the level of performance is based on the number of clients served within that actual category of service.
Okay, and lastly, can you break it out from when I say demographic, again, when I say demographic, I'm talking about black and brown versus
Absolutely.
others?
Absolutely.
Okay, Commissioner Arrington?
Yes, and I would like to see, I guess, a cost per patient per service,
Okay.
right? Because I'm looking at, and like DUI, 60 clients, we're only gonna have 60 DUI clients? We're only anticipating 60 DUI clients, and what is that, to be referred for this treatment from the state court? I know there are more than 60 people in the DUI court. So I'm trying to understand where that number comes from, the number of clients. I don't understand. Or like misdemeanor health court, 40 clients. So is that saying that only 40 people in the mental health court will be recommended to the network?
No, it's just, it's a minimum number.
I'm sorry?
Of course, it's a minimum number. But I will definitely provide you with a breakdown of cost per client per program so that you're able to see that number as well. But the numbers reflected in our charts is a minimum number for the new provider that they have to meet for that cost proposal that we were able to negotiate them down to so that we're able to render the service in 2023.
All right,
Because all of the cost proposals were significantly higher than what we're looking at now. And so through our cost negotiations, we had to work on the number of clients that we're going to serve and then also work on what the cost proposal total will be.
All right. I guess I need more information. I mean, if there are 40,000 people in mental health court and we're only going to serve 40, then I need to know that. I don't have enough information That doesn't, I mean, how many people are in the, I don't know. I mean, I'm supportive of this, but to tell me we're gonna budget for 40 people or we're gonna budget for 60 people, and there might be, I don't know how many people. That's why I wanna know the cost per service, per patient, cost per patient per service that we're paying, right? Because on one of them, we're paying $8,300 per patient. But then
Permanent
on
supportive
others,
housing.
it's less per patient. So I need to understand why there's a difference between the cost per patient, the services that are provided, the full range of people that might need the service. I don't want to budget for 40 people and there are 4,000 people that need the service.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Continue, Madam Clerk. Oh, no,
We
no.
need to vote.
Motion on the floor is to approve. Sorry.
And the vote is open.
Big con-
And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Now, ma'am, you know, we asked for some information now, that we need that information. All right, next item.
Bottom of page 12, 22-0828, Senior Services. Request approval to increase spending authority for in-home services.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Houseman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. On page
Next.
13, Commissioners' action items, 22-0829. Request approval of a resolution expressing support for the Cobb County Board of Commissioners in the application of home rule, to express concern at the practice of passage of general bills addressing issues of local concern, to circumvent home rule provisions of the Georgia Constitution, and for other purposes. Sponsored by Commissioner Arrington.
Commissioner, you want to speak to this? So I can-
Yeah, thank you, colleagues. I hope that you will support this resolution. Frankly, we should have should have been something that we considered here in Fulton County. There were only, from my understanding, only 2 counties that did not have a local bill redraw their lines, and so and those 2 counties being Fulton and Cobb. There's, at this point, there's nothing, I guess, that we can do about it here for Fulton, but we could certainly show our support for Cobb County, and they have done it, they have adopted it, and it is now the law, and so they are asking for our support, and I certainly support it, and I hope that you will too.
All right, is there a second? There's a motion to approve by Commissioner Hall. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Arrington. Question, comments? Well, let me ask one. What's that organization we pay? Yeah. Yeah, what is the ACCG? What's the position of ACCG?
Oh, I
on
have
this
no.
matter? Because typically and historically, when we ask for, for support from them, rarely do we get it. In fact, one of a former commissioners even suggested that we stop paying dues because they never supported us. I'm just curious about this.
Well, I'm not sure. I think, my understanding of ACCG is if it's something that affects 1 or 2 counties, then they kind of stay out of it. If it's something that affects all counties, then my understanding is they attempt to weigh in. In this case, it only affected 1 or 2 counties, Fulton and Cobb, where the local delegations did not get to adopt a local bill, rather a general bill was passed in order to change the district lines. And so, whether ACCG supports it or not, this is just saying, hey, we support the county's ability to exercise home rule for local bills, and in this case, specifically redistricting.
I'm not opposed to it at all, but in fact, those quarterly meetings that I chair with other, what I call the Big Four counties, we're going to have what is it called? ACCG come to us and explain why when we ask for it, it's always seems to favor the non-metro counties position. And when we represent 40% of the population of Georgia.
Right.
So that's why I'm asking that question.
Yeah, I think we definitely need to continue to put more pressure on them. I think we definitely need to put more pressure on ACCG.
All right, Commissioner Hall.
I just wanted to say that for those of us who actually do ACCG and attend their meetings and their training, they have always been extremely supportive of home rule, always advocating for home rule. So we at least know that part. Okay.
All right, motion on the floor is to approve. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 0 nays.
Next item.
22-0830, request approval of a resolution of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners to declare a health care emergency in Fulton County, sponsored by Commissioner Arrington.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I don't even know if I need to say anything, and I don't know what the result of this could be or what powers this will give us, but somehow we need to take some action. We have to acknowledge what is going on. In the Midtown, the Wellstar Midtown Hospital closing is certainly an issue, but the bigger problem is that 6 months earlier, they closed the one in East Point and told everyone they were going to be able to go to Midtown, knowing all the while that they were going to close both of them. So, it's all hands on deck, and we would appreciate your support for this.
Is there a second? All right, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Commissioner Hall.
Thank you. Just a couple of things. Hold on, let me go to this. Am I on here? I should be a co-sponsor on this, most definitely.
Okay, no problem.
And I just want to speak to some of the language, though, and because I didn't have the opportunity to completely discuss this with you, Commissioner Arrington. There is a health care emergency Fulton County-wide. And yes, there is a health care desert in South Fulton, but the healthcare emergency is Fulton County-wide. And I can say that because I've been contacted by the Chief Executive Officer of Emory Hospital, Dan Owens, and we jumped on a Zoom with him and his top doctors and nurses and execs, and my team and I met with him, and you could see the concern on their faces. And he sent an email, and I'd like to read it to you. It's in support of this. They actually have been watching very closely what we're doing in Fulton County. And it says, Dear Commissioner Hall, with today's official closing of the Atlanta Medical Center, and please know that Emory University Midtown Hospital remains dedicated to serving the community of Fulton County, Atlanta, and all of Georgia. We continue to be concerned about the significant increase in patients EUHM and other providers are experiencing due to AMC's closing and the strain on the region's healthcare system. In October, EUHM had a 15% increase in patients to our emergency department, and those numbers are expected to rise even more in the coming months. We appreciate Commissioner Arrington's resolution recognizing the impact on South Fulton residents who no longer have access to the health care they had prior to the closing of WellStar's facilities in Fulton County. While no party holds the entire solution, Emory Healthcare will continue to be a partner in helping to address these challenges and can provide any additional information you may need as you work to identify both short and long-term solutions. I would also be happy to meet with you and offer a tour of EUHM's emergency department if you wish. Please do not hesitate to reach out. So he is very much in support of this. They also told me that, and this was, oh boy, this was really awful. They said that the operating rooms are flooded. If you need a surgery, there are no beds and there are no operating rooms. That they would basically have to patch you up in the hallway. Now, could you imagine any of your loved ones or even yourself being in a situation like that? And that is what the closing of AMC South and AMC Midtown have done to even the surrounding hospitals who are really trying to support this influx of patients that they would not normally have. So you have the support of many, Commissioner Arrington, and that is why I also want to co-sponsor, and I want to make sure we change the language to include that there's a healthcare emergency countywide.
I will certainly accept those friendly amendments and happy to have you as a co-host.
Thank you.
Co-sponsor. Commissioner Morris?
Well, I think you might have answered my question. I was curious about what the legal impact of declaring a state of emergency. Obviously, most jurisdictions, the declaration of a state of emergency creates some powers or some repercussions. I was just curious. Maybe you said you're not sure what those are.
I'm unaware if it gives us any extra powers, but I think we at least need to acknowledge it, and to the extent that it does, then maybe we can flex those powers or do whatever we can. But certainly good to have partners like Emory and others.
Could the county attorney address the question, if you've had time to look at that? I suspect there's probably not anything really in the law that declares any powers.
Our initial research indicates that there are certain resources available after declaring a state of emergency in the form of mutual aid from other jurisdictions, but we have not had time to analyze whether this particular resolution would rise to the requirements to activate those additional resources as available under the statute.
Okay, thank you.
Please look at that, and if we need to amend it later, we can.
Commissioner Ellis?
Yeah, I mean, like Commissioner Morris, I was kind of curious of, the effect of it, but I think certainly the intent behind it, I'm supportive of in terms of just, obviously we see the impact of these two closing and, kind of the need to try to facilitate and help drive some sort of collective action to address the impacts of that, I think. Certainly I'm supportive of, whatever that looks like. I mean, one thing that I just, kind of will note for the record, and I don't know how it can play into this, but certainly the healthcare providers certainly benefit, or hospital providers certainly significantly benefit from concept of certificate of need. And, when we can have a system that can have the benefit of certificate of need, then turn around in short notice and close two facilities in areas where, particularly in AMC, where there's clearly was an area of need, it's sort of a concern. If they're given a state protection or given some sort of protection with that certificate of need, and and then being able to revoke it without some sort of review process of their entirety of their system. You know, it's somewhat problematic in terms of why we have these certificate of need laws in place, if that can occur. So I hope that's something that, you know, gets looked at in the context of the legislature this year, because I know that's always sort of something that all health systems fight to maintain. But if the net effect of it means that it doesn't get the residual benefit for citizens, and, you know, that's a concern. I guess that's somewhat of an aside, but I'm certainly supportive of, you know, kind of the effort to, you know, look at, you know, and try to bring to bear what other sorts of resources, whether it's mutual aid, whether, you know, EMS rerouting to other facilities in, you know, neighboring counties along the south side could be considered. You know, is that an option? I think all those things should be on the table, so.
Commissioner Hall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would be remiss if I did not read what was sent over from Grady. They also wanted to weigh in, and what was received was from the Chief Health Policy Officer to the Grady CEO, John Halpert, and they wrote, "We want to take a moment to provide an update from Grady Health System in response to the closure of Wellstar Atlanta Medical Center. Grady continues to be grateful for the leadership displayed at all levels of government throughout the last 2 months as we have worked with many of you to prepare Grady and the region for the loss of a level 1 trauma center. We're working quickly with our partners at the state to bring 25-bed temporary medical unit to the Grady campus and are on track to bring online an additional 184 new inpatient beds by August, September of next year. We've already put the funding allocated by Fulton County and DeKalb County to use, hiring staff to operate 41 new inpatient beds inside Grady. Finally, we were delighted to work with the City of Atlanta and the Mayor's administration to provide recommendations along with our other health system colleagues on how to lay the groundwork for a more resilient healthcare system in Atlanta, and collaborating with Archie to launch myhealthatl.com earlier this week. There is much more to be done, but we couldn't do it without your constant support and recognition of the role that Grady serves in each of your communities. As we continue to weather this crisis, our team can all be of assistance to you and your constituents. Thank you for your leadership and for all that you do to support Grady."
Commissioner Houseman?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we all agree that we're in a crisis situation, not only because of this situation, but just all of our hospitals throughout the county are full. In North County, they're full. I hear about it every day, flu and all sorts of other reasons, but all the hospitals are full. I did want to say, though, that the level 1 designation really it means that it's a research facility in addition to trauma services. Level 2 and level 1 hospitals do provide the same level of trauma service. So while, of course, we all benefit from the research facilities, I think the public needs to understand that there still are other hospitals in our region should they need some sort of trauma services. So I agree we're in a crisis. I'm not really clear on what designating a emergency situation really means. I would like to get clarity on that. Because if there are certain benefits that come with that or certain obligations, I think we need to be aware of it. But I think we all 100% agree that we are in a crisis situation in our county.
Yeah, maybe if, I don't know, the county attorney can look into if that, you know, may qualify for state or federal funding, a declaration of emergency.
Well,
We will look specifically into that, Commissioner Arrington.
Thank you.
so you want that information before the vote or what?
No, sir, I'm ready to vote. I just want her to look into it to see if we may be able to qualify for funding now that we have declared a state of emergency.
All right, what the resolution is seeking to do, though, is to urge the Fulton County Board of Health, and I'm on the Board of Health, so I don't know whether we can or cannot, what that would mean, but this goes back to that budget presentation earlier. Whatever happens, and if it's healthcare, there's a price tag to it. So let's just be mindful of that. And there's no money. All right, the motion before us is to approve. Please vote.
And the vote is open.
I'm hoping this will qualify us for some more money.
And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
124, colleagues, I'll entertain a motion to recess for lunch, executive session, items of real estate personnel, and what's the other one? Real estate. All right, let's vote, please. Litigation. Yeah.
The vote is open. Motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
have anything left.
One, two, three, four, five.
Recording in progress.
All right, without objection, we will resume the regular order of business. Madam Clerk,
Executive session.
Madam County Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have 2 items from executive session for action. Item number 1, do we have a motion to approve item 1 of the executive session agenda, which is the contract between the Board of Assessors of Fulton County, between the Board of Assessors, Fulton County, and Roderick Conley, for Mr. Conley to serve as Chief Appraiser effective December 6, 2022, for 3 years at the rate of $225,000 per year, and with all other benefits outlined in the employment agreement once it is executed.
May we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Houseman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
And item number 3, is there a motion to approve item 3 of the executive session agenda, the jointly developed, to approve the jointly developed proposal dated November 1st, 2022, regarding the local option sales tax distribution, wherein the county share ramps up from 5% in 2023 to 12.5% in 2032, netting 9.85% in total collections over the 10-year period.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Houseman, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 2 abstentions.
Next item.
No further items, Chairman Pitts.
Continue.
On page 13, 22-0831, External Affairs, presentation of the 2023 legislative agenda.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Jessica Corbett, Director of External Affairs. We'll ask our team to please pull up our slides. As they are doing that, I just wanted to mention that we've had an opportunity to meet with all of you over the last month or so, and the priorities we are going to be presenting today reflect our conversations with you. This is the first read of the state priorities. We will hear any feedback you have today, and then we will bring these back to you for final approval in 2 weeks. Next slide, please. I wanted to mention that earlier today on the consent agenda, you also renewed the agreement with our state team, and our federal team is up next, and we'll be providing you with an update on our federal priorities. As we discussed when we met with each of you, as we developed this year's state legislative agenda, we tried very hard to focus on issues that are within the county's operational purview. There are many other policy matters where we have strong interests, but are not necessarily in our direct purview. And so the items that we're going to discuss today, we believe are in our operational oversight. And again, we've discussed them with you previously. Next slide, please. So the very tippy top of this list of priorities is the funding for a behavioral health crisis center, and this is specifically operational funding. More than a year ago, this board approved the allocation of $15 million in ARPA funding for the physical space for a behavioral health crisis center. We are now seeking operational funding for that center. We've had very productive conversations over the summer with the Georgia Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities. They have advised us that this has been submitted as an offline budget request. We are continuing to monitor and engage with legislators who work on the budget process and those who are interested in behavioral health issues. Wanted to just mention that last year there was some very positive legislation on the topic of behavioral health. Speaker Ralston has talked about the importance of this issue going into the 2023 session. This is also a priority that you will see in ACCG's legislative priorities for 2023. Next slide, please. Property tax issues. There are two specific issues on property tax reform that we want to highlight. One is about the issue of large commercial properties and a disparity between their assessed value and sales value. And we are continuing to hear conversations in the community on this subject. We've had reporters contacting us about this issue. The City of Atlanta Finance Committee has talked to the tax assessor's office about this issue. And so we had legislation introduced in 2020 that unfortunately did not advance. So we are looking for new sponsors for this topic. Essentially, there have been 2 audits that show that large commercial properties that typically go to Superior Court in their appeals process often are very successful at appeals in achieving reduced value in a way that residential properties do not. And so we're seeking some changes in the appeals process that would require them to provide additional data at the time they submit their appeal. There is also a change that we are seeking for a very low-income senior homestead exemption that requires a renewal every 2 years. This specific homestead exemption has proven to be very burdensome, both for the staff responsible for administering it, as well as for the taxpayers who benefit from it. So we are seeking to remove that 2-year renewal provision so that it's consistent with all of the other senior homestead exemptions that we have in place. Next slide, please. As I met with several of you, you asked that we specifically request feedback from our justice partners. And so we have done that, and this list that you see reflects several issues that touch the justice system. Some came from our conversations with you, and some from our justice partners. One is really about the ongoing caseload issues in our courthouse, and there is a formula to evaluate judgeships. Fulton County is on the list. We're not at the top of the list, but we are on the list for an additional judgeship in Superior Court. Second bullet you'll see here is about the Child Advocate's Office, and I heard someone talking this morning in public comment about some of the reforms that were put in place more than 10 years ago about representing children in abuse and neglect cases. The Child Attorney's Office is seeking clarification of their role to allow them to represent many of the same children in related cases around legitimation, dependency, and termination of parental rights. And so they're simply requesting clarification in that code section, and there have been meetings with legislators to move this forward. Earlier this year, I think this was Commissioner Hall's legislation, there was a movement to support Miriam's Law. Many of us recall that a young lady named Miriam was murdered earlier this year in Fulton County after an individual who was on, or by an individual who should have been tracked as part of the Georgia Sex Offender Registry. So this would help better put additional protections in place to improve public safety. In addition, we have been contacted by judges in the state court. This was a specific request from them about participation or allowing them to choose which retirement system is most beneficial to their individual needs, as other judges, both here at Fulton County and in other judicial circuits, are allowed to do. And the last was a request from probate court. This is a movement that has been provided from probate judges around the state to impose a fee for estate cases to be allocated for court technology purposes. Judge Johnson has shared with us that when she came into probate court, she felt that their technology was not up to date and that this was something that other probate courts are seeking collaboratively. Next slide, please. Elections, we've heard a lot of discussion about elections today, and these are several very operational issues. We understand that there's a lot of conversation about elections, and there has been over the last 2.5 years, but specifically looking at one, a request for a study committee on the impact of SB 202, one, to review the equipment allocation, recognizing that more than half of our voters choose to vote during the early voting period. In addition to that, the issue of voter challenges, there have been more than 5,000 voters in Fulton County who were challenged before this upcoming election. There's a tremendous administrative burden, and we've heard this from counties all over the metro region in particular. So looking at how that burden of administration can shift away from the elections office to perhaps the Secretary of State's office or to the challenger themselves. And then finally, exploring the notion of voting centers on election day. This is something that we have talked about over the last several years. Many voters find it confusing that they must go to one specific place on election day, whereas during 3 weeks prior to that, they can go to any one of number of locations. So this is seeking to allow that change. Next slide, please. Healthcare access is something that we've talked about a lot today, and we've heard you very clearly. Uninsured residents, and by the way, we have reviewed this with our partners at Grady in particular, and so looking at healthcare access, both insurance access as well as funding for our indigent care providers from the state of Georgia, recognizing that these are assets that benefit all Georgians. In addition to that, we have, and I think this is something that came up in our conversation with Commissioner Ellis, that DFACS, and there's been a lot of discussion about DFACS staffing. This has been in the news significantly, that DFACS has been really facing difficulty in meeting their staffing needs, in part because of the salaries paid to those workers. Fulton County is currently subsidizing that, and this is a request to ask the state to properly fund DFACS salaries for those workers, and would potentially relieve Fulton County of that responsibility. Next slide, please. We have also included several policy positions, and I won't necessarily read through all of these, but we've really tried to align our strategic priorities from our strategic plan, along with several of the requests that we received from you about important issues that you have brought to our attention. With that, we can take any comments or questions. Again, we will be bringing this back to you for final approval in 2 weeks. I wanted to mention that after next week's election and going in, next slide, please. After next week's election and going into January, there will be significant changes in our delegation due to redistricting. Today we have 36 members. In the future, we will have 32. There's also, all of our legislators will be attending the Biennial Institute in December, and our office will be participating in that to get to know many of our new members. And with that, we can take any questions or comments.
Now, I thought we were going to shorten our package, and it seems like it's getting longer.
Well, Mr. Chairman, this is the package that we have reviewed. We felt that we had honed in on specific issues of operational impact.
I'll just state again, the feedback that I've gotten, our package is always too long. We need to be short and sweet and compact so you can focus, but that's from legislators in our delegation. Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to just know if, under advisement, if you could, the election centers, in addition to the current precincts, would the neighborhood precincts be closed and then the massive center, or is that the thought? I want to make sure I've got the right concept.
I think that the notion, Commissioner, is to improve efficiency in the process. And today, the number of polling sites we have is what we hear from many sites on election day is that most of their voters have already voted. And so operating the large number of sites that we have today, it costs, first of all, it costs money. There's an equipment allocation requirement. There's a staffing requirement. And there's also some risk involved. The more locations we have, it's a significant management challenge. It is also a risk of something going wrong, supplies not making it, or something else an issue. So on one hand, I think this board has done more than, I would say more than any county in Georgia to ensure voting access. On the other hand, is this how our voters are choosing to vote? And so potentially achieving a hybrid where we have a voting center that reduces the total number of locations could be a cost savings and could also really be more tailored to actual voting patterns.
Okay. I get the concept because my actual precinct, I think, has drastically reduced on the day of election. But whether it's 50 voters or 100 voters, my concern that I want Ms. Corbett for you to know and possibly articulate, are we going to do it maybe in a staggered way as opposed to all at one time? Because that would be an issue of concern to me. Also, are we going to try to have any type public hearing on doing that so people will know? And I'm gonna tell you the reason why I have that concern. Historically, and I don't know why, I think some of it may be our fault, but some of it is the public's fault. You have centers or you have polling precincts that move, that close, that do all the above, and nevertheless, somebody's gonna show up there to vote. Yes. And we know with SB 202, we must do what we need to do according to law. So I think as we begin to undertake this, which I do support, because I think from a fiscal point of view, it does make sense. The execution of it is what my concern is. For it to be staggered, for it to allow public input, and for us to do everything we can in our power to not necessarily have it to be a disruption, even though that's never our intent to disrupt. Right. But to make sure that the execution of it is done in such a way that it does not become a tool of voter suppression, even though that is never our intention here at Fulton County. And so that's my, I guess, question and concern.
I think that's a very important concern, Commissioner. I think this is a first step in allowing that to happen, and I think that certainly encouraging, I'm in the public information business. I think that that's an important role, and I think that providing adequate and effective notice and that is timely as well is very important. And again, having that two-way conversation is very important. So that's noted, and we can include that in the recommendations.
Thank you.
Other comments?
I want to ask a question.
Okay, Commissioner Hall.
Just a quick question about page 7, where it says Fulton County seeks access to health care for all Fulton County residents,
yes,
including those who are uninsured, and state funding for indigent care providers. I just want to know, does that include full Medicare expansion?
Commissioner, we absolutely envision that it would. This is a topic, there's been a lot of discussion at the state about both of their, and as we know, there's an election next week. And so I think that we are continuing to monitor that. Medicaid expansion, there are also waiver programs and other kind of flavors of that could be and would be included. So we tried to be broad in the language here, understanding that there's a lot of variety in that conversation.
Thank you.
Well, let me add to that. That came about as a result of these quarterly county meetings that we have, and the other 4 counties of the Big 5 are going to have that same item in their legislative packages. But the question was whether or not we should call it what it is or sort of disguise it at this point. So, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for that. I also wanted to mention that one thing that, and I know you talked earlier today about ACCG, they are convening offices, government affairs offices across the metro region. And Mr. Chairman, thank you for that, because we will be discussing that with our peers from the Big 5 counties in particular. Well, the big 1 and the medium 5, maybe.
What?
All right, thank you very
Madam
much.
Clerk, next.
22-0832, 2022 Federal Legislative Update.
As the team is coming up, I just wanted to mention we are ending our first year working with the McGuire Woods team on our federal side, and they're going to give an update about some of the work they've been doing with us on key federal priorities.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chairman, Commissioners, and county leadership. We appreciate the opportunity to be here. In keeping with our, next slide, in keeping with our commitment when we became part of the Fulton County team, we wanted to make sure that to have an increased amount of transparency as your folks in Washington. And so part of our commitment was to come here every quarter and give you guys an update on what we're up to in DC, what sort of the look ahead is for the next quarter, and what our priorities are. Just to summarize, Q1 was very much sort of listening mode, understanding what the county's needs were, meeting with commissioners, meeting with staff to understand what the needs are and sort of marry them up to the availabilities of funds and other opportunities in DC. Q2 was our big DC visit with the vice chairwoman, with the chairman. We went to the White House, saw other senior leadership of the administration and our congressional delegation. We also sort of made sure that we had all of our alignments for earmarks and got those things in. Q3, which I will walk you through, and after this, Scott Binkley will give you an update on, he will talk about our site visit at the executive airport. He'll also talk about Q4, the sort of look ahead, what our plans are for the final months of the year, and a quick taste of Q1 2023. Q3, I think we talked a little bit about this last time. We're very happy to say that the earmark we submitted to Congressman David Scott's office has been advanced. It is in the appropriations bill. It is for $3.5 million for the Friendship Pup Station for South Fulton. That is, I think, one of the largest earmarks that is in the bill. So we feel very happy with that and our success there. We're continuing to push to get more earmarks. Just for comparison, the previous year, Fulton County did not receive any federal earmarks. We have also made a lot of efforts to sort of align with the grants team. There's an external grants writing team for Fulton County, that we are aligned with them on what they're going after, what they have on the horizon, and making sure that we're getting letters of support, making sure that our congressional offices are aware, making sure that the projects that Fulton County has coming down the pike are socialized with them. We've also made sure to sort of align with the state team so that we maximize dollars that are both available to the state and federal government. We have lined up the big plan for the airport once the master plan is done at the end of the year. We have lined up the sort of menu of things that need to be done with funds that we believe are coming down, funds that will be available, grants, infrastructure bill, earmarks, and also money available through the state. There's a lot of money in the infrastructure bill that funnels down through the state, through state revolving funds. So making sure that we are staying ahead of the progress there. We've had a considerable amount of success utilizing our relationships, thanks in part the ones that the chairman and the vice chair developed while in DC with the White House in pushing forward the emergency rental assistance program, working with Dr. Rochelle to get those funds over as soon as possible, and making sure that Fulton was recognized, and they were recognized, for the good work we've done in getting emergency rental assistance out. We've also worked with FEMA to get the reimbursements moving as quickly as possible, and just really making sure that we're doing a combination of meeting immediate needs that the county has at the federal level, while also advancing a sort of proactive agenda. We've continued to meet with and go to events in DC with our federal delegation, our senators, our members of Congress, both sides of the aisle, so that you have full coverage. We want to make sure that no matter what happens next Tuesday, that Fulton County is well represented, and Fulton County has the continuity of relationships at the federal level with DC and with the administration. Scott will talk about the site visit that we did in August that was wildly successful. We had, for the Fulton County Executive Airport, we had the FAA there, we had all of our congressional offices there, we had you all there as well, and that was very well attended. We'll talk about that in a second. I think the kind of two final things that we have monitored this quarter, one is the Inflation Reduction Act. That's got a lot of goodies in there for counties and for local governments with clean energy that keep us in line with the chairman's initiative on electric vehicles. So how can we maximize those funds as they come down? We want to make sure that as they go from the passage of these large pieces of legislation and they focus on implementation, that we are right there on the forefront and getting in front of those opportunities. The final thing we, I think, continue to work on is making sure that we raise the profile of Fulton County and that we are out there to the administration, we're out there to others, and being the squeaky wheel, because that's who gets the oil. So we want to make sure that the county is on the forefront of people's minds when they think of Georgia in the administration and with our congressional delegation. With that, I'll hand it to my colleague Scott Binkley to talk about more of the site visit, Q4, and then sort of Q1 2023.
Thanks, Clayton. My name's Scott Binkley. I'm with McGuire Woods Consulting as well. Thanks for your time this afternoon. Always good to be with you all. Next slide, please. I'm going to highlight what I find to be a great example. Can we go to the next slide, please? Well, the next slide reads, it's a recap of our, there we go, the Fulton County Airport site visit that we hosted. And I wanted to highlight this because I think it's a good example of where our forward-thinking strategy aligns with the county's top priorities. And so, as many of you know, we hosted a site visit in August at the airport. The goal of this site visit was to bring together our federal stakeholders and show them the vision that you all have for your airport, as well as the surrounding region and corridor with the economic development that you guys have as a vision. And so there was participation from our federal delegation. All of the congressional offices that touch Fulton County were there, as well as both senators' offices were represented. As Clayton mentioned, we had FAA representation there as well, economic development here from the state, as well as airport leadership from the Fulton County Airport. And so all of the folks that will be involved in making decisions around grants and around funding from the federal government were there and able to see the vision that this board has for not only the airport, but the area around it. The participants toured the airport. They received an update from on funding priorities from the airport leadership. We had a nice lunch and a presentation. We had great participation from the clients of the airport, such as Coca-Cola. We were able to tour their hangar there, and so kind of see firsthand what's going on and the importance from an economic development standpoint to Georgia and the county. Of course, this is all working in a strategic direction of finishing the master plan. We're working with David, the grants team, as Clayton mentioned, the external affairs team, to build towards this master plan being completed and rolling that out in a way that's splashy and catches folks' attention, similar to what we did at the site visit. And then the last piece of this was we used it to obviously generate some letters of support from the delegation and our senators' offices. Can we go to the next slide, please? So I'd like to look ahead a little bit to the end of this year and maybe even into next year. One thing that I'd like to highlight as a good success story was our Clayton mentioned the $3.5 billion earmark that was included in the appropriations bill through David Scott's office. And so this would be for the South Fulton wastewater improvement project. And where that stands as of today, I know that Clayton was emailing back and forth with their office as to when the funds would be released. What we'll need to have happen will be, I guess, next Tuesday we'll color, you know, the ability for this to happen to a certain extent, but there needs to be a spending bill passed through the lame duck, and so that will be in the last month and a half of this year in order to get that funding. But again, it'll largely be determined by what happens next Tuesday. So we're staying on that and like to see that come to fruition. As we mentioned, we're preparing the master plan rollout. We're going to do this in a creative and eye-catching way, and so that way the folks that we've been talking to about this master plan, the folks that have been communicating the importance of the master plan back to us in order to harness federal funds, they're going to get an update from us, and they won't be able to miss the fact that we've completed this master plan. We are beginning the process of preparing the 2023 congressionally directed spending requests, and I think the process here would be hearing from you all on what your priorities are and working with your external affairs team in order to prioritize those projects from you all. And then last would be another site visit, as we had with Chairman and Vice Chair earlier this year. We'll prepare for one early next year again. Thank you.
All right. Questions? Any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next item.
Next item was the item that was removed from the consent agenda by Chairman Pitts on page 2, 22-0790. Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair Hausman has requested to withdraw this appointment, this nomination.
Next item.
Next item will be the added-on item, 22-0834, discussion, Election Day preparation, sponsored by Vice Chair Hausman.
All right, who's here? Ms. Williams? Commissioner, you want to start, or do you want to hear from her?
Well, no, just good to see you. I know you're probably really busy right now, and I know you've had a lot on your plate with the early voting and everything, but people are asking about how they can find out exactly what's happening on Election Day, so I'd appreciate you giving us that update.
Okay. Well, good afternoon, Board. Good afternoon, Board. I put together a short presentation to give you all a brief summary of our preparation at this time for the November 8th general election. Next slide, please. So all divisions in Fulton County Department of Registration and Elections have been working diligently and currently are working diligently to prepare for the November 8th election. We have monitored and prepared the budget and are staying within budget. We secured vendors and staffing agencies, ensured registration deadlines were met, are currently running the call center to support voters and poll workers, have continued voter education events to educate the public. We are preparing programming equipment and have secured voting sites and supply preparation. Next slide, please. Currently, advanced voting is taking place. It is scheduled to end on Friday. We have over 36 sites. We had 4 college campus outreach locations, deployed over 1,000 units of equipment, which includes laptops, printers, and things of that nature. And we have over 450 people currently in the field. This actual number is not updated. So as of today, we have surpassed 220,000 voters that have cast their ballot during advanced voting. Next slide, please. Absentee by mail, over 29,000 applications have been processed. Currently, 14,000 have been returned and accepted, and over 4,000 persons have used 7 absentee ballot drop boxes. Next slide, please. For Election Day, we will have 249 Election Day locations secured, over 2,600 Election Day workers staffed and trained, and over 5,000 units of equipment, which include poll pads, iPads, voting equipment, all prepared and programmed and to be deployed. Next slide, please. Regarding election night tabulation, we have filed a notice to tabulate early to upload advanced voting counts, which means that we will run the tapes from all advanced voting locations starting at 2 p.m. so we can upload those results at 7 o'clock. We're not allowed to upload results until after the polls close at 7, but we'll have all those numbers ready to be uploaded at 7 o'clock. Shortly after that, absentee by mail will also be uploaded. We again have to wait for 7 o'clock to get all those ballots in and upload after that has taken place. And for all the locations that we have for election day, we have 9 check-in locations for our poll managers to bring in the memory cards. And we have asked the Fulton County Police Department to help us expedite receiving memory cards from all 9 locations and bringing them in for tabulation. So that should hopefully expedite our election night tabulation results. Next slide, please. While all this is happening, we are currently also preparing for a risk limiting audit. The Secretary of State will announce which contest is to be counted between November 9th to November 15th, which is dependent upon election results. We have secured the Georgia International Convention Center to conduct the audit, which will take place which will start on November 17th. And it will end when completed, but the deadline to complete it is 5 o'clock on November 22nd. And we will do all that simultaneously, preparing for a runoff if a runoff is necessary. Next slide, please. We have any questions and answers. And all this information is actually on our website, the notices of intent to tabulate early, all the advanced voting locations, and election results are reported every day by 10 o'clock. Well, I'm sorry, the votes cast for advanced voting is currently on the website every day by 10 o'clock, which is required by SB 202.
All right, Commissioner Ellis, followed by Commissioner Hausman. Well, I'll go first. So, you said I'm surprised, only 220,000 have voted in Fulton County. I thought there would have been this is Wednesday, right?
It's Wednesday. It actually has surpassed how many people voted this in 2020. We have in 2018.
So what do we have, 900,000, right under 900,000 registered voters?
We have like 850.
850.
Right.
And we got Thursday and Friday.
And they have election day as well.
Okay. Yeah. Commissioner
Just
Ellis?
3 quick questions. The notice of the intent to tabulate, it's going to happen, right? That doesn't mean we're waiting on something, does it?
What was your question?
It's called the notice to intent. Notice of intent. That's
Okay,
what the
so
form is
we're
called.
doing that regardless.
What was your question?
The notice of intent to tabulate the early votes and release those at 7. So that's going to happen.
It's going to happen.
Okay.
We will start running the tapes at 2 so we can upload by 7.
Okay,
That's for the advanced voting numbers.
right. Second question on the risk limiting audit hand recount, is that going to happen or is that something that may happen?
It's going to happen. The SOS will advise the counties, all counties, what contests will be counted.
Okay.
So they'll announce that publicly between the 9th. We were informed they'll announce it between the 9th and the 15th on which contest will be counted. But they said it's going to happen and we just don't know which contest it will be or what percentage of ballots it'll be.
Okay, and that'll be a statewide
Yes.
thing. And then thirdly, and I don't know if you'll have it, maybe to go off the first question, do we have an estimate of how many people you think would vote on election day?
No, we do not have an estimate. We are expecting a high turnout. Usually it's around 90,000 for the past few elections. So we're assuming we're gonna plan for the most. It'll be roughly 90 to 100 is what we're estimating, but we have no facts to back that up because at this point, this is the first election that everything has taken place past SB 202. So which often changes voter habits.
Okay, so 90,000 was roughly the last, was that an election day that was 2020's election day, or?
I'd have to check the year.
All right. But if If it's 90,000, that means it's roughly 360 people per polling location.
We're estimating. Again, voter habits will change because of SB 202.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Can we get a copy of your presentation? Can you email it to us, or?
I can, yes.
Okay. So back to Election Day reporting. You think by 7:30 or 8 o'clock you'll have something posted?
We will have the advanced voting totals posted, I would say, by 7:30 on Election Day. There'll be advanced voting in-person voters.
Right, right. And at this point, I know you said 220,000. What percentage is that of our, is that 25%, 30%?
I don't know what the percentage is, but it's a good number. Like I said, we have already surpassed where we were in 2018.
220 divided by the.
Yeah, my brain's tired right now. So it was close. It's close. So as is customary, when the election precincts are closed out, they will post on the door of the precinct a tape with the results, correct?
Yes.
So that's not per machine like it used to be, it's per scanner? Is that
Correct.
Okay. So each precinct would have at least one, maybe two,
They
depending
would
on.
have that on the door. Some of our larger precincts have two, and they'll also have the provisionals on the door as well.
Okay. So you really think then that we'll have all the results by midnight?
I am confident that we will.
That's awesome. That's awesome. All right, so I don't know if you were listening this morning. We had a lot of comments about the observers that are going to be there from the Carter Center. Can you just speak to that, please? What's really
Yes.
going on and what they're going to be allowed to do or not do? And
Well, to be clear, our board, nor did our board chair, recruit the Carter Center. That was proposed to our board.
What, did you say the board or the board chair?
yeah,
I'm sorry,
speaking to the
neither.
microphone,
I'm
please.
sorry, neither.
What?
I'm saying our board chair, nor was our board, they did not recruit the Carter Center. We were given that that was proposed to us from the SOS review board. I know a lot of public comments stated that our board chair and our board was the one who brought in the Carter Center, but it's not factual.
Okay,
That
well,
came from
state exactly how it happened, clearly and slowly.
So we were, our board was contacted by the SOS Performance Review, who recommended that they bring in the Carter Center because they needed assistance to complete the review. So they asked our board if they would agree to that, and our board agreed, but it was not something that we solicited.
So that's the State Election Board Performance Review Panel, is that correct?
That's correct.
So it's not exactly the Secretary of State's office, it's the board,
The performance review
right?
that we are
Okay.
under, yes.
So again, what are they going to be allowed to do and not do?
They are allowed to observe elections, just like a poll watcher. They have more allowances because they come into our workspaces to review. Basically, everything that Carter Jones was doing in his report is what the Carter Center is permitted to do.
Can they touch anything?
They are permitted to write down numbers and serial numbers, but I have not received any reports of them touching anything.
Are there cameras on everything, all the counting and all of the processes?
There are not cameras in our election sites. That's not permitted to record persons casting their ballots, but there is cameras in our EPC. There's cameras in our workspaces.
So the processing of the votes, the early voting and all that, is that under camera surveillance?
It is under camera surveillance, but of course it cannot zoom in to see the actual results. That's not permitted.
Okay. Was there any conversation about other options, or was it just the one option presented to the board?
From my knowledge, it was that one option presented to the board.
All right, okay. I would appreciate, I think the entire board would appreciate being updated on any activities if something happens that the public is likely to pay attention to. Should something happen, would you please make sure that we're informed of that?
We will do that.
All right, and you'll provide us with numbers and everything to call on Election Day if we get inquiries from a constituent with some sort of issue?
Yes, we will forward that information.
All right, thank you. And your app is working with wait times now, so I appreciate that.
Thank you to
I just checked, and it's 0 wait time at every location except one. And yesterday afternoon, I checked, and it was 0 wait time at every location except one. So there must be some technical problem at Ponce de Leon right now, because they do have a 40-minute wait.
I'd have to look into that. It is a very popular site, but I have not heard that they had a 40-minute wait time.
I just looked.
Okay.
All
But
right.
we will have wait times also for election day as well.
All right, thank you.
All right, Commissioner Abdu-Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll make it quick. So the request for the Carter Center came from a board, not necessarily the Secretary of State's office, but the board that evaluates this. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And to your knowledge, is that board partisan? Is it Republicans and Democrats sitting on that board?
I believe so.
Okay. I just want to say, I see a difference in your department. I see you all really trying to make sure that we're on top of things. Do things happen? Yes, they do. But I wanted to formally thank you for all the hard work that you all do. I recently saw in the paper where they advanced where the person could sue for defamation. And we know all of that was ugly. We know a lot of good employees and good people, you know, were put in a very ugly light. And so if I can call it out when it's wrong, I can call it out when it's right. So I appreciate what you all are doing, and I just wanted you to know that. Chairman, if you don't mind, I did want to publicly say condolences for the Dooley family. A lot of my family went to UGA, and the Dooley family is real respected, and he did so much for Athens. And Vince Dooley himself, internationally known. And I meant to say this to you at the beginning of the Board of Commissioners meeting, but as we end, I did not want us to end without recognizing the condolences of Vince Dooley. Thank you. Thank you.
Madam Clerk. All right, no further business.
I just want to invite members of the public, before you come down here making accusations about things that have been done in Fulton County, do your homework and your research. The Carter Center deal, as we just learned, was something that was forced upon or suggested or recommended to Fulton County by the SB 202 Reform Board. So this is not something that we did, and to come down here and accuse us of doing things that we have no knowledge of is just ridiculous. And you wind up lacking credibility and you make yourself look crazy. Please do your homework. If you want to come down here, ask us about something. Don't come down here accusing us of things and you have no knowledge of what has happened or what has transpired. It's just ridiculous.
All right, no further business has come before us today. We are adjourned. Thank you.
Transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.